Oh shoot, I forgot to do speed chat. I gotta set all that up real quick. Uh-huh. Okay. There we go. Alright, so why the hell have I had the intermission screen up to start? Just got a haircut. That's why I was late today. That's why I was late. Oh yeah, and also I've finally managed to set up memberships. I currently don't have anything too special with them. I currently don't have anything too special with them, but I do have 3 tiers. And one of them is with... one of them... And so members can finally... Hold on, let me get that up. Can actually use this emoji we've had for ages. Alright.
_ whited out. Welcome to the stream. At FGH Filmace. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U4 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Hi Bree. Hi Obsidian.
Hey, what's up? As I was saying, I finally got memberships set up. There's nothing there's nothing too special between the 3 rewards, but you can now use that emoji I just shared, as well as a brand new one I just got.
_his.
That I just put together because of for my love of PMD Meow Six Tail. We could use that. Members can use that hiss at boss. Members can use that new hiss emoji for bots. For bots or spammers.
Bro, I remember you from like years ago. You does play GBA Pokemon, but BTW, how much view you been getting lately?
Not a lot.
LOL, I remember it's been years.
And not much has changed. Oh, I should also, get this pinned.
If your messages include a large string of emojis, names of upcoming streams, and / or random characters, then they will be removed and reported as spam, and you will be flagged as a bot. Say hi and move on.
Yep. Okay. Bum 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 bum. I am male, so attract's gonna be an issue.
At least you play Pokemon, you probably have a lot of progress. I don't even have the time to play.
I do Pokemon challenges every freaking week. And I even play PMD2, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, every Tuesday. Oh, wait, crap. Muscle memory. Hold. Alright, hold on. Gotta. Oh, shut up, Cindy! Why did you could have called before? I'm too used to playing through my ROM hack, Pokemon Trap Emerald.
Bro Weeks and Dude Mystery Dungeon is probably my most hated Pokemon games. It's kinda boring. I just only play Pokemon Showdown. It's an online Pokemon game competitive with unofficial tournaments.
Oh my god, you have been missing out, man. Alright, you know what? That's for you.
Underscore his colon colon underscore his colon colon underscore his colon colon underscore his colon colon underscore.
I don't know why it. I don't know why the emoji default to having an underscore at the front. I do not know why. God damn it! God damn it! I forgot again. I don't know why. My custom emojis always have. Oh my god! I don't know why custom emojis always have the that underscore. Always see that underscore. I pressed down. Alright, and save state so that I don't have to keep walking through again. Yeah, I didn't quite remember which one.
Main reason I don't play Pokemon is that puzzle you are doing.
It's actually not that bad. There are way worse puzzles. Wait, I haven't checked pickup in a while. Okay, I've got to get something.
I know, but bro, all I want is just to battle competitively.
Are you one of those... Are you one of those hazard stallers?
Underscore his colon underscore his colon underscore his.
I'm having way too much fun with that emoji. Nah, I don't hazard players, I just hide them up so I win. I remember when I tried Pokemon Showdown, every goddamn player I went up against just used Whirlwind Skarmory. They really should have a thing similar to Smash Brothers where they have like a play for fun option where people do not have to play so seriously. Or even invent a clause that or even have a clause that restricts Pokemon that do not have at least one attacking move. Alright, I know how to get out, so I didn't know the way through, so I'm gonna get out.
Yeah, they hazard LOL, but it's easy. That's why I use bulky sweepers with high defense, and yes, they actually have game modes that prevents hazards, probably random battles and OU.
I was using OU with my custom-made teams. I need to double check my things. Alright, hold on, I need to... Oh, I also need to get these all back. Yeah, we're gonna have to use We're gonna have to use each of these. Eventually. Good to heal up, right? Yes, I did, but also I got a crit.
They probably changed, but I rarely see users hazard, but when I see them hazard bro, I does record making vids saying bro is so bad he needs hazards.
And they don't even talk. Are they like bots? Are they like bots? Because as soon as the battle is over, they instantly leave. They don't even say anything in chat. Actually, I want middle speed. All right. Okay, we can... Okay. Getting cinematic mode up. Alright. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Well, almost, actually. I need to get the... Also forgot about the sound mixer. Or volume mixer. Okay. Cinematic mode against Flannery. Engage. Overthought. Woo! Hey, Brendan. Hey. Right, I forgot I was trying to... Right, I thought I was... Right, I thought I wanted to... Right, I completely forgot I was minimizing battles where I could for the extra challenge. Bro! Stop going back and forth! Let me have my extra challenge. Oh my god, fine! I'll fight her again! You guys really want me to do so that badly. God! This is the struggles I was expecting. There's the struggles I was expecting. No! God damn it! Right, up, X, hey, there I go. Right, A, down, A, up, A. A, down, right, A, left, A, up. There! Christ. Shut up! Shut up, people! Shut up, all you people! Every time I reset, somebody decides to call me. Why do you guys not call me while I'm during the game? Where were you before? Number 103, Slugma, the lava Pokemon. Height 2 feet 4 inches, weight 77.2 pounds. It is a species of Pokemon that lives in volcanic areas. If its body cools, its skin hardens and immobilizes it. To avoid that, it sleeps near magma. Not done. Wait, oh crap, whoops. Why did I register you? That's why I was saving all that so much there. Alright, on my way through, I took the root fossil. I knew if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Yeah. Oh my god, stop! You have hyper counter! Shut up! I lost my control. I keep pressing L2, but this control, but this version of BB-8 does not let me rig L2. You know what? Let me just, Huh, I never set anything up. I never have it. I never actually set up a... I never actually set up a grinding scene on this computer. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to... Actually, I'll, come up on that.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. Okay, no time for the video. Previously on, yeah. Just putting this out there, the next video is 100% going to be about Geometry Dash and my whole experience with it. So get ready for that, because I sure do have things to say. Now for the thrilling conclusion. Oh, who am I kidding? You've already read the title. This isn't a Geometry Dash video. How are you gonna explain yourself out of this one? Yeah? I'm not. Oh, okay then. Carry on. At this point, everyone who regularly watches me has to understand that I'm a wild card and to not listen to anything I say regarding future videos. I mean, we all saw how the Piggy video turned out. You're still doing that! Whatever you say, bucko. Anyway, now that we have that out of the way, I'm proud to announce that the next video will be a Geometry Dash video. So if you were looking forward to that, it's still coming. Probably. Like I said, you really shouldn't listen to me regarding future videos. So, do you want me to help you segue into the actual video topic now, or? Nah, I can take it from here, strange omnipotent voice that didn't exist 5 minutes ago. Suit yourself. I'm gonna go gambling. Hit a couple slots in Vegas, you know, lose a couple million, no big deal. See you later, sucker. Who the fuck was that guy? Anyway. FNAF, am I right? I haven't been paying attention to the fan game scene the last couple months, but I'm in the mood to now. So how about we take a look at the current most popular FNAF fan game? I'm trying to see what I've been missing out on, you know? Alright, let's see what it is.
Now at 10, it's a startling gaming trend with children sparking outrage for some parents in a Utah school district. That game, Five Nights at Epstein's.
Okay. So we're actually not gonna talk about that. How about we try to find something else to talk about? Blue, yeah, sponsor Parrot. Got any ideas? How about Five Nights at Piggy? Never mind! So wait, you're saying that instead of playing one of the most popular FNAF fan games currently, I should instead find a FNAF fan game that nobody has ever played? Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, strap in, because we're doing that. I fucking hate y'all. Also, make sure to subscribe. You know, so I can afford to feed sponsor Parrot. Do you know how much fucking parrot food I have to buy? You do not understand. But first, this video is sponsored by War Thunder. Hey you. Yeah, you. Have you ever wanted to play a game with, comprehensive vehicle combat? Well, guess what? There's a game for that. Introducing War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. Now available for free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices. Choose from over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations, ranging from all across history. It also features an in-depth customization system for said vehicles, with countless decals for all different types of vehicles, including community-created ones. War Thunder is a truly immersive experience, boasting detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and authentic sound effects that come together to place you right at the helm of some of the most powerful war machines ever made. You can drive any tank and fly any aircraft with nothing but your mouse and keyboard or controller, even in simulator mode. Join a worldwide community of over 95 million players in epic PvP battles by downloading War Thunder today. It's free and available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile. If you sign up using my so make sure to act fast.
Sorry, but that.
Alright, if we're gonna do this, I gotta lay some ground rules first. For starters, and this should be obvious, the game realistically needs to look like it has 0 downloads on GameJolt. Now, GameJolt doesn't directly tell you how many downloads a game has received on the page, but we can use details like view counts, comments, and likes to determine if a game works for this video. The other main rule I want to try and follow is that the game needs to be of a certain quality. There are so many shitposts and stolen games, I'll put it to the GameJolt FNAF category daily, and picking one of those would just be low-hanging fruit. My goal here is to find a game with some actual decent effort put into it, that, at the same time, has basically no attention on it. We're trying to find a true hidden gem here, everybody. That's pretty much my only criteria for this. The game has to look at least somewhat high quality, and it needs to be the nichest of niche you've ever niched. Well, all that's left to do now is actually find the damn thing. So I'm gonna throw it over to yeah 2, as he's currently live on the scene, scouring the depths of GameJolt to find a game for this video. Take it away. Alright, today, we are on the hunt. We are on the hunt for a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game on GameJolt with literally 0 downloads. I mean, I could just cheat right here and just be like, guys, shift at Casper's Bleeding Moon with 30 views and 3 likes. This is it, guys. This is the game we're gonna talk about. But I mean, you know, clearly that'd be a bit of a cop-out. So I mean, I'm sure this game is great. I mean, the shift at Casper's Bleeding sounds fire, bro. Wait, what's the story? Due to Casper's Pizza Place's... Holy crap. Okay, oh, that's just... Why is that there? I'm gonna I mean, do I have to censor this? This is just like porn, basically. This game is tagged for mature audience. Yeah. Oh, wait, is this actually a FNAF game? Oh, it... Get me out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. I'm good. Okay, the Circus Nights at Jared. You see, okay, 3D models, I have no idea if these are original or taken from somewhere else. But okay, we got 3D models. This is a good sign. Kind of reminds me of Sister Look. Oh, Corrupted Jared. Wait, what? My hypnosis will attract you. What? Corrupted Jared? Is that this watermark? Okay, I really think there's like a 0% chance these are hold on. Oh, this is not even in English. Lore, a new circus opens in 2005 featuring revolutionary technology, but joy plummets in 2010 when animatronics called Ginst kills 5 children using a claw. And this has literally 9 views, 1 like. So this is actually right in the criteria. This is a contender. I'm not convinced the person who uploaded this made these models. Old FNAF model age. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, they're... hold on.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that might be the same fucking one. That might be the same fucking one. 5 Nights at Yawky Pocket Code? What? Why is this mature? Why is this tag for mature? This has no likes, but somehow it has a comment? Why is this the only picture? I think we have to check out Jackie's Forest Outsourced. This looks pretty high quality for being a new game. See, we've run into an issue where this has 1,000 views and 16 likes. So surely this has been downloaded before. Okay, hold on, we need...
Hold on. We need to, turn audio back on so that we can hear the cry. Meryl. Number 55, Meryl, the Aqua Mouse Pokemon. Height, 1 foot 4 inches. Weight, 18.7 pounds. Its body is covered with water-repellent fur. Because of the fur, it can swim through water at high speed without being slowed by the water's resistance. Alright, sorry about that.
You need to read all the comments. This looks amazing. Please don't fumble. It looks absolutely peak. Wait, these are from 7 months. Hold on, new. This looks amazing. Please don't fumble. It looks absolutely peak. I can't wait. Do you need a screenwriter? Okay. Someone asked 9 months ago if they needed a screenwriter. It came out 11 hours ago and has 2 comments. Neither of the comments are people saying, just finish the game. That was fucking awesome. No, it's people saying, this looks peak. This looks absolutely peak. Please don't fumble. Wait, fuck. We need to check the replies. The replies can make or break this. If anyone in the replies is talking about just played it, it was fucking awesome. It's over. Right? Because I can be the most ignorant person ever. And be like, guys, 16 likes, 1,000 views. You know, people maybe just clicked on the page and were like, that's cool. You know, maybe I'm never gonna download this though. So they just didn't download it. But if one of these replies is saying, just played it, was literally the best game ever, it's over. Because this right now is the best candidate we have. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Don't worry. I don't plan to talk to minors. What? Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, no, I didn't think you meant it like that. I don't know why they took it like that. Quickly. Okay, so we found our first AI slop game. That's good. Astro's Arcade: The Night Shift. Yeah, I know my first game was but I don't think many people click on this with an AI photo. Yeah, I clicked on it. I'm attracted to the slop. You know, this shit is this like a fucking chat GPT. Chat GPT, give me a step-by-step downloads on how to fucking extract this Windows game. Okay, yeah, I think we found our game. Might be stretching the definition a little bit, but I mean, it looks pretty high quality, and I'm here to play something maybe fire. So Jackie's Forest outsourced. Let's fucking do it. Let's run it. Well, that was interesting. That was actually my first time seeing any sort of AI-generated FNAF fan game before, which I never even really considered could be an issue. But maybe that deserves its own video some other time. I'm sure there's a huge rabbit hole to dive into with all that shit. That's not important right now, though. What is important is that we found our game, Jackie's Forest Outsourced, created by Cone_Ram. It's probably pushing my criteria a little bit, but I think that's mostly because of the larger view count throwing me off. When that is easily explained by the fact that the page for the game had been up for a while, and there's a good chance most of those views and likes came from before the game even came out. But
there. Oh, alright, shrunk you so that I could actually watch alongside. Number 25, Tailo, the tiny swallow Pokemon. Height, 1 foot 0 inches. Weight, 5.1 pounds. Although it is small, it is very courageous. It will take on a larger Skarmory on an equal footing. However, its will weakens if it becomes hungry.
But hey, it's close enough and easily looked the highest quality out of any of the games I browsed through, so I'd be an idiot to ignore it. This is where I'd normally tell you a little bit about the game before getting into it, but I genuinely know nothing right now. I'm going into this as blind as possible. Like, I know there's a squirrel, and there's a pig, and there's some kind of mysterious third creature that might be a dog or a wolf, but that's it. So, how about we find out what that mysterious third creature actually is, and play the game. Here we go. The third guy is a skunk. It's a skunk, apparently. Welcome to Jackie's Forest Outsourced. Upon starting a new game, you're thrown directly into the first room, which is the equivalent of a night here. When I said I went to this game completely blind before, that was kind of a lie, because I did actually read the description and learn a little bit about the structure of the game beforehand. It's not a super traditional FNAF game. Instead, each room you have to beat features completely different gameplay, so you never know what's coming next. I think this can absolutely work if done correctly. The big hurdle is really just making sure each of the individual gameplay styles are fun and interesting, which is definitely a taller order than simply creating a more normal FNAF gameplay loop with the usual night-by-night difficulty curve. Another thing I'm going to be looking out for here is some kind of common through line between each of the different styles of gameplay. It's one thing to make a bunch of different completely separate minigames, but for a game with a linear structure such as this one, I think it's important to have some key gameplay concepts show up in most, if not all, of the different gameplay styles. With that little preamble out of the way, what does Room 1 have to offer? It starts off with a phone call from a very normal, not suspicious at all, sounding phone guy.
Just don't let them near you. They're still malfunctioning machines after all, with enough strength to hurt you. By accident, of course.
Of course. He does the usual phone guy thing of explaining the mechanics of the room, then signs off until we finish the job. This first room has the player dealing with two different animatronics. One of the animatronics is tied directly to the central task of the night, since this game is task-based and not time-based, while the other simply exists to stop you from doing your task efficiently. In the case of Room 1, that would be Maurice the skunk as the animatronic tied to the central task, and Jackie the squirrel being the simple annoyance you have to deal with. Maurice roams around the building, and occasionally comes to your office door. Once he's there, you have to use the audio alert system on the task computer to make him go away. The part of this mechanic that makes it work really well in my opinion is how the central task of the room ties into it. There are a series of files on the computer that you're tasked to delete, and getting rid of all of them is how you complete the room. However, deleting these files makes the computer make a fuck ton of noise for whatever reason. So, your computer essentially becomes an audio lure for Maurice. So you have to balance deleting files to make progress, while also making sure you're not spamming it too much in order to keep Maurice at bay. And I think it works very well. It's kind of like a boiled down, easier version of Pizza Sim's office gameplay. Jackie simply shows up from time to time, and you have to shut down the power for a little bit to make them go away. This also pauses your current file deletion. I don't think this secondary mechanic had to be anything crazy, especially considering that this is the first part of the game. And overall, I think everything comes together here to make a pretty decent first room. It's not incredible or anything, but it's also literally the first night of the game. I'm not really expecting that much. I only died during this section once, which was ironically my first attempt before the phone guy even got to finish explaining the mechanic for Maurice to me, which is kind of funny. This did let me see one of the jump scares though, and I have to say, they're done pretty damn well. They're fully rendered with the environments at the same time, so the game is able to pull off some more dynamic movements here pretty effortlessly. Speaking of visuals, the graphics are also done pretty well. I think some areas definitely suffer from boring gray box syndrome, but at the same time, some of the later areas are actually really creative and super fun to look at. I'm always going to be a sucker for pre-rendered 3D graphics like this. It's one of my favorite aspects of the classic style FNAF games, so outside of some complaints, I really have no major issues with the presentation here. Upon deleting the final file, the room is completed and you're given an awesome PNG of pancakes to look at. This is probably my favorite part of the entire game, as I am known for my iconic love of pancakes worldwide. Look at all the great fan art I've received of me eating pancakes. This is bullshit! And here we have our first post-night minigame, a staple of the genre at this point. It requires you to make some choices, and I don't think I chose them very well.
I'm having a picnic with my friends today.
That's cool.
You think you can help me?
Sure. I'm not gonna lie. That shoe is looking mighty tasty.
I'm not sure we can eat that.
No, it's good.
Now, which of these apples would be perfect for the picnic?
Oh, this one.
Where'd you get that one? Looks like someone already ate it.
Now, which of these would
Batteries.
be nice? Where should we pour our drink?
I'm like genuinely scared I'm gonna get jump scared for doing all these wrong. I just want to see what happens though.
That's a can. Now the most important part.
Oh my god. I'm gonna say the microchip because I'm assuming these are supposed to be like the quote unquote real versions. She was surprisingly cool with
Click on
that.
the door to open it.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I did a good job, apparently. Me not clicking this very obviously scary moving brain would have dire consequences later. But you'll just have to wait and see that. It's time for
Room 2.
Guys, I have good news. I thought this room was better than the first one. This one is basically like a mini version of FNAF 4, and as FNAF 4's #1 glazer, I legally have to enjoy this. This is probably my favorite gameplay loop of the entire game. Not to say the rest of the game is bad or anything, but I definitely think Room 2 just had more thought put into it. The ideas on display here are just very clever. Similar to the first room, there are once again 2 animatronic threats to deal with, this time swapping out Jackie with that iconic pig we saw on the Game Jolt banner earlier. This is Polly, and they're in the room with you the entire time during this section. One of my favorite recurring tropes in FNAF fan games is the animatronic that's in the room with you the entire night. I think this concept stems from the salvage sections in Pizza Sim, and by extension the scrap baby mechanic in UCN, and if used correctly, this kind of setup can be very creepy. So seeing Polly in the room at the beginning of the section definitely gave me a lot of hope from the get-go. Unfortunately, it's not as good as I thought it could be, but that's more to do with the mechanic they chose for this character than anything else. Behind the player is a thermostat that needs to be kept at a specific temperature the entire time you're in the room. So you have to check on it occasionally to move the temperature either up or down, so it eventually settles on the desired temperature. Maintaining the correct temperature here is what helps keep Polly at bay. So even when they do eventually spring up from their slumped over position, it's not as impactful as it could be, since if you're regularly changing the temperature, you've basically already dealt with them. I think the strengths in having an animatronic in the room with the player mainly come from more reaction-based mechanics, where seeing the animatronic move positions means the player has to immediately act upon something quickly. At the same time though, I do like this temperature mechanic, and I think it's a pretty engaging part of this gameplay loop. In an ideal world, this section would just use all 3 animatronics, and the new one would take the temperature mechanic, while Polly is changed to some kind of reactionary electric shock or something. But I also understand that this is literally the second room of the game, and that might be too much. Maurice is the returning animatronic here, and his mechanic is literally just FNAF 4 Nightmare Bonnie and Chica, like I mentioned earlier. If it was only that, I'd probably still like it, but it would be a little lazy. However, thankfully, how this mechanic ties into the main task of the room is the chef's kiss this on top of everything. Okay, so the main task of this room is to shred 10 pieces of paper. Once the 10th piece is shredded, the section ends and you get to see that iconic PNG of pancakes again. Each piece takes time to shred, and occasionally the machine will get jammed, so you have to press the button a few extra times to get it working again. Now, if you know anything about paper shredders, you know, in real life, you'd know they can definitely be loud, and the one in this game is no exception. The noise it makes is so loud, it even carries over to the doorway when you go and check on that. And that's when it clicked. The main task of the room creates a lot of noise, which purposefully makes it harder to hear the breathing when you're at the door trying to deal with Maurice. So you literally have to nerf your ability to hear things in order to make progress in the night, beautifully tying the task mechanic and Maurice's mechanic together into its own little balancing act. It's not so loud that it's bullshit or anything either. Like, you can definitely still hear the breathing, but it's still just annoying enough to work for me. Not only does this make the gameplay here way more cohesive and engaging, it also helps continue the trend set by the first room of having one animatronic be more task-focused and the other being more of a detriment to your task at hand. So even though the gameplay is different between these sections, it still feels similar in a good way. And then the skunk gets hit by a car and dies. The end.
Click the biggest bag you could find.
Choosing the fucking smallest bag.
I don't think that's right, dude. Try again.
You know what this reminds me of? I'm gonna keep pressing it, but it's like the fucking run over this liberal sissy. No, I don't think I'll do that. No, nuh-uh. Gas prices are kind of expensive.
Click the pile of 3 sleeping bags. That's probably wrong.
No, I don't think I want to do that. Room 3 is, unfortunately, a bit of a dip in quality. I think my biggest issue with it is that it's kind of just the first room again, with a new coat of paint. While Room 2 had similar gameplay through lines to Room 1, this one is basically just Room 1. We're back to deleting files again as the main task, although this is actually the most different part between the two rooms. While in Room 1 there were less files that took longer to delete, this time there are more files that require you to hold down a button on a monitor in order to delete them, and each one takes a few seconds. I think this task is actually a very strong base for a gameplay loop, and absolutely could have worked, but sadly, I just don't think the gameplay here complements it very well. For starters, we have Jackie again. They occasionally show up in the left hallway, and to get rid of them, you just flash them with a flashlight, which is basically just the same as shutting down the power when they showed up in the first room, even down to halting progress on deleting files, since you can't have the monitor up while dealing with Jackie. Then we have Polly, who basically takes the place of Room 1 Maurice. They show up in the other hallway, have 2 phases of movement before they attack, and the only way to make them leave is by clicking a button on the monitor that plays a noise. So basically, the exact same thing as clicking a button on the audio alert system to make Maurice leave. Listen, I wouldn't even really have an issue with this if it was harder or something, since the concept of having a light reprise of the first room later in the game with harder mechanics does sound cool, but it's basically the exact same difficulty as Room 1, except this time it just takes longer to beat. This room desperately needed a third animatronic to help differentiate it from the first one. We are 3 rooms into the game now. Surely having 3 animatronics at this point would be fair. That's pretty much all I have to say about this. And if you thought I had barely anything to say about this room, get ready for
Room 4.
This room is genuinely bizarre to me. It is by far the most interesting location in this game from a visual perspective. Literally being inside one of the abandoned play areas is such a sick concept for a room. The mechanics are also pretty damn good here. You have to throw ball pit balls at Maurice when he shows up in the window and shut the door when Jackie appears, but you can't keep the door closed for too long or else Polly will show up and jump scare you instead. Finally bringing together 3 animatronic mechanics in one room. This had the potential to easily be the best section in this entire game, but unfortunately, it frankly feels unfinished. For starters, there is no task in this room, for some reason. Even though it has already been established in the past 3 rooms that each one will have a task to complete, this one just doesn't. And there is genuinely no good reason for it either. It's not like the animatronic mechanics on their own can carry this section. No, it really feels like something is missing here. You're probably wondering how this ends then, and I think it's simply a time-based thing, but there's no indicator for this at all. So it kind of just abruptly says you can leave after a certain point. On a similar note, this section is also way too easy for Room 4, and a lot of that comes down to how fast it ends. For example, you were given 15 balls to throw at Maurice. By the time I could leave, I had used 5 of them. 5! If there's a limited resource in a game like this, you want it to feel limited. FNAF 1 would not have worked as well as it did without the limited power being such an important thing to manage during those later nights. If you're gonna give me 15 balls, I should have like 2 or 3 left by the time I'm done, not 10. This would probably be entirely fixed if there was a task here that actually took a few minutes to complete, but once again, there isn't one. So yeah, unfortunately, this room is pretty much just wasted potential. With a few tweaks it would be great, but as it stands, I was simply just left confused after beating it. I don't want to leave this on a fully negative note, however, so allow me to bring up these fucking awesome death screens each of the animatronics get when they jump scare you in the rooms. They all have their own unique ones for different areas, and they are such a treat to look at. I bring them up now because the Maurice one for this room with him peeking through the window has got to be one of my favorites. There's also another minigame after this room, so that's something as well. Oh, and also the pancakes are back.
Room 5.
Well, here we are. The final room. Checking back in with the phone guy, he sends us down to the boiler room for our final quest on this mission of definitely not doing his dirty work for him. Yeah, man, just break into this abandoned building for me and delete a bunch of shit, then go down to the boiler room. I'm sure this guy is innocent. This room kind of has a similar issue to the last two, where it's really easy for some reason, and basically nothing happens. However, this area is definitely supposed to be like the final part of Sister Location's bad ending, where you can die during a few sections, but it's mainly just a plot device to wrap up the story. So to some extent, I can understand why it's like this. However, I definitely do wish it was actually a challenge, because the concept for the gameplay here is really good. The actual animatronic mechanics are kind of whatever, like I'm not even gonna bother talking about them, but the task you do here is by far the most creative in the entire game. The phone guy explains to you that you need to turn a series of valves in a specific order as your last job in the building, which, you know, like we said, isn't suspicious at all. That alone is already kind of a neat idea. But what takes it up a notch is the fact that the phone guy himself is actually the one telling you in real time the order to turn the valves in. So he doesn't actually hang up for this room, and instead stays on the line and slowly tells you the order in which you turn the valves. I love this idea, and in a more intense gameplay setting, could have been so perfect. But unfortunately, the other mechanics here are just not stressful enough to make it really work. Like I said earlier though, I think this is somewhat on purpose, in order to lull the player into a false sense of security, which does actually work, but I just wish there could have been like a hard mode version of this with buffed mechanics to play afterwards. It's so clever. With that aside, I guess the only thing left to do here is follow the phone guy's instructions and turn the valves. However, when I tried to do this, it turned out the game had other plans for me.
Then the red one.
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 Oh my god, okay.
Then the red one.
Then the red one.
Then the red one.
Oh my god. Is this randomized or is it actually like this? This is kind of scary.
Then the red
Then
one.
the
Oh
red
my
one.
god.
Then the red one.
Gee.
Then the red one. Then the red one.
Then the red.
Then the red one.
Then the red one. Why? What's happening?
Then the red one.
Jesus. Is this broken?
Then the red one.
Oh my god.
Then the red one.
Are we dead ass? There's no way.
Then the red one.
Oh my fucking god.
Then the red one. Then the red one.
Are we? There's no way. Then the red one.
Then the red
I
one.
don't want to touch the other ones because it's gonna just fucking explode. But there's no way this
Then
is.
the red one.
There's no
Then
way
the red
this is what it's actually supposed to be. What is happening?
Then the red one.
Oh my.
Then the red one.
Okay, sure, man. Fuck it. Whatever.
Then the red.
So, obviously that is not supposed to happen, if you couldn't tell. I'm not gonna judge glitches at all here, since it's obviously normal for a game to have a few at launch. And under any normal circumstances, I would be playing this game after a few patches. I did run into a few more, but definitely none as funny as this. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there. Anyway, after I reset the game, I was able to quickly redo the segment without it breaking, thankfully. And now, all that was actually left to do was turn the final valve.
And finally, the big white one.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god, what is happening?
There we go.
Oh, we died. Yep. That is actually how the game ends. What a surprise, the phone guy was using us the whole time. He sent us in there, made us delete all the shit he wanted us to, and literally planned a way for us to accidentally die at the end to boot. However, this isn't over yet, because upon returning to the title screen and checking out the list of rooms, there it was.
Room 6.
So, obviously, Room 6 did indeed exist. The question now was, how do I unlock it? My first idea was to check YouTube to see if anyone else had played it before me, only to be hit with the cold wave of reality, seeing only the trailer for the game in my search result. I kind of forgot that nobody has played this game before, so I was out of luck there. Another idea I had was trying to cheat it in through the normal means you use to cheat stuff in click team games. However, then I remembered that this is a rare Game Maker FNAF fan game, so that wasn't an option either. My only choice now was to strap in for the long haul and try and figure it out myself. My first idea was collecting some of the secret files I'd missed in the previous rooms, then rebeating Room 5 to see if that did anything. Scattered throughout the game are these little images you can view in the menu for extra lore and such, and I had accidentally gotten a few of them just by playing the game. So I thought maybe collecting all of them would do something, but unfortunately this didn't seem to work. Another idea I tried was beating Room 5 again, but purposefully turning the incorrect valves to see if something different would happen. And technically this did work, as I was able to go through the entire sequence while turning the incorrect valves. However, all this ended up doing was making it so the death cutscene just didn't trigger, and I ended up just dying to an animatronic anyway. My final idea had to do with the post-room minigames. By complete accident, I had gotten the secret endings for both the second and third minigames. I think just by spamming on a lot of stuff, I'm not actually sure though. However, I never ended up getting it on the first one, so my thought process was to figure out how to get the secret ending on the first minigame, and then rebeat Room 5 again afterwards, and see if anything changed. The first step was getting back to the minigame, so I rebeat Room 1, got to the minigame, and tried exactly what I did last time, except when I got to the microchip or brain choice, I chose the brain instead of the microchip like a dumbass. And guess what? It fucking worked. I got the secret ending. With that, I was ready to beat Room 5 for a third time to see if I could get a different ending. And when all hope seemed lost, this happened. I don't even know.
And finally, the green one.
Okay, no, we're good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh shit, okay, I think I did it.
Eddie, I told you to stay in the boiler room. What are you doing?
No, it's okay.
You're in grave danger. You, can't leave the boiler room, much less go into the elevator while the building is falling
apart. Oh, he really
apart.
did want to kill us.
You have to turn around and leave now.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you're listening to me.
No, I'm not.
I said turn around.
Whoa, okay.
Go back to the boiler room. You are not supposed to be in the storage.
I did it. I really didn't think I was gonna figure it out, but I did it. Upon entering Room 6 for the first time, the phone guy just completely crashes out on you.
Fine then. You want to die down there? Then die. If the explosion doesn't kill you, then those performers will.
Okay.
Those stupid, wretched things.
Whoa!
They can survive the explosion. You're not making it out alive. Not with what's down there on the storage floor with you.
As you heard there, he didn't give us any instructions on what to do either, so it's all up to us to figure it out. If you couldn't tell by looking at it, this game takes another thing out of Sister Location's playbook and makes it so the final secret room is actually just a classic FNAF experience with doors, a flashlight, cameras, the whole shebang. Like Ennard Night, it's a neat idea, but especially in this game's case where all the other gameplay styles are pretty similar, this just throws all of that away in favor of, you guys remember FNAF, right? It's pretty fun, don't get me wrong. Definitely one of the hardest and most interesting parts of the game, but still. Anyway, I'd go over everything here, but bro, it's just a normal FNAF thing you've seen a million times. There aren't any crazy unique mechanics you'd need me to explain. It's just FNAF, it's fun, dude, I don't know. So here's me beating the room instead.
You can't leave yet. You can't leave yet.
Okay, I did it. Whew. Oh my god. We did it! Yay! With the phone guy arrested, and also us slightly less arrested, that, my friends, is the end of Jackie's Forest Outsourced. There's a custom night that unlocks after beating Room 6 that lets you play Room 6 again with different configurations, but I think it might be broken now, because I was able to beat the max mode on my first try, and I swear it was easier than the version you have to play for the main story. So I'm not really sure what's up with that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's wrap this up. Jackie's Forest Outsourced is a very charming game. It's not perfect by any means, but for being a completely random game I had zero expectations for, I had a good time with it. While it doesn't deliver on every idea it puts on display, the ideas themselves are pretty solid, and the ones that do deliver are awesome. Do I recommend any of you at home play this? Probably not yet. I'd wait for a few bug patches to roll out, then maybe check it out if you're interested. Hopefully this video can turn it from a game that nobody has downloaded to a game that at least a few people have downloaded. That would be very nice. So, shout out to Cone_Ram, who developed this game basically entirely solo. While I did have my criticisms for it, I don't want any of that to downplay just how much effort goes into a passion project like this one. And like I said, even if I have a pretty critical eye for games like this at this point, I still had a good time with it overall, especially trying to figure out everything for myself. Please send them some nice words if you check out the Game Jolt page for yourself. And with that, I think I'm done here. And once again, thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Make sure you use the links in the pinned comment or video description to players that haven't played in 6 months will also receive a massive bonus across PC and consoles, including multiple premium vehicles and other goodies. Also, Handy Dan's re-release news soon. I'm so sorry for the delays. I'm so sorry for the delays. Tune in next time when I actually make a Geometry Dash video, and to see if I'm lying to your face as we speak. I've been Yeah, and I'll see you all next time. Hey gang, so I'm late as hell to this one, huh? Like sure, I could be making a video on Indigo Park or something right now, but you know me. I love to talk about stuff that was relevant months ago, or years ago in the case of like 80% of my videos, but you know, who's counting? You're probably wondering why this video exists, and especially why I'm talking about this shit now of all times. Well, I'll tell ya. For a while now, I've been slowly brewing up the ideas for a video on LankyBox. You can probably tell I do not care about my mental well-being.
You amazing Digital Circus Pog Me Happy Meal! I don't think we should order that, dude. It's 3 a.m. No, come on, let's try it. Yeah, I'll have one of those, please. Cool!
And you know what? This video, the video you're watching right now, was supposed to be that LankyBox video. I was pretty confident that's what I was going to be working on next. But fuck me, I guess, because we're not doing that. We have a content farm emergency to talk about, because somehow the craze that is Zoonomaly completely went under my radar. This is like my whole job. I really should have picked up on this sooner, huh? I think I just need to make like an alt YouTube channel where I subscribe to every single brainrot content farm I've talked about over the years here, so I can stalk the content farm trends more efficiently. Definitely not doing something like that on my main account though. My recommendations are still recovering from the Digital Circus video from November. Anyway, besides that, if you're wondering why I brought up the whole LankyBox thing, it's because checking out their channel for that video is the straw that broke the camel's back for me to finally check out Zoonomaly. Seeing that they not only made videos on Zoonomaly, but also regularly made videos on Zoonomaly, made me realize I had to look into it. And let me just say, I was not let down.
Boner alert!
But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. In order for us to go through all this shit, we first need to start at ground zero. The question I had to ask myself when I started this video. What the hell even is Zoonomaly? So I did some digging, which wasn't very hard actually, played the game for myself, and now I have the answers. So today, we're gonna do a couple things. Strap in everybody, as we take a look at the creator of Zoonomaly, the game itself, and of course, the content farm garbage. I even have a surprise for later in the video. Let's just say I purchased something, and we'll be taking a look at it. And hey, for once, one of these content farm trends isn't filled to the brim with overly sexual content. So that's a plus. Boo! Where's the granny video? It's canceled! Just kidding, I'll do it eventually. Listen, here's the deal. Get me to 650,000 subs, and a long as fuck granny video is yours. I pinky swear. Anyway, without any further delay, let's get into this. But first, this video is sponsored by Raycon. Alright, so I wear earbuds a lot. I have never been a headphones person really. They're always just a little too clunky for my liking. Because of that, I have always been a ride or die for earbuds pretty much my entire life. And that's not even just for the ad or anything. I am seriously an earbuds defender. Whether it be getting in some exercise, working on a video, or just listening to my queen Carly Rae Jepsen, my audio listening experience of choice is always earbuds. So when Raycon reached out to sponsor me, I knew it was a match made in heaven.
There it is.
Like, wow, something I genuinely care about. Chat, this is huge. Raycon sent over a few of their products, including their iconic Raycon Everyday Wireless Earbuds, featuring a new active noise cancelling upgrade. Here's the tea on those, friends. The Raycon Everyday Earbuds have the same audio quality as the other leading brands at only half the cost, and they really aren't exaggerating either. I compared them to what I normally use, and they honestly sound almost the same. It's super impressive. And even if they don't live up to your standards for some reason, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you genuinely have nothing to lose. With a quick charge function giving you 90 minutes of battery in only 10 minutes, a weather and sweat-resistant design, and for sponsoring this video. Zoonomaly is a mascot horror game released by first-time developer Lights Are Off earlier this year. But there's actually a bit more to this than what it may seem on the surface. Yes, Lights Are Off's first ever video game is Zoonomaly. However, they've been creating stuff for quite a while before Zoonomaly was ever even thought up. In fact, they're actually an insanely popular TikToker, believe it or not. Known for creating weird and kind of creepy short animations, Lights Are Off managed to gain over 20 million followers on the platform, which is hella impressive on many levels. They have multiple videos with over 100 million views over there, and a whole bunch more in the double-digit millions as well. While this type of content isn't really my cup of tea, I can 100% understand why it was so popular when he was actively making it. I say actively because Lights Are Off's TikTok is actually pretty dead these days, with almost nothing being uploaded. In fact, their final video over there on TikTok is the Zoonomaly trailer. What's weird is that they actually barely did any marketing for this project. No animations or anything hyping it up. Literally just the trailers. What's even weirder is that the trailer for Zoonomaly actually underperformed in relation to the rest of their page over on TikTok. Sitting at only 2.7 million views, it's a little weird seeing this video next to two videos with 150 million views and 250 million views respectively. And hey, don't get me wrong, 2.7 million views is nothing to scoff at. But just imagine how much more attention Zoonomaly would have gotten leading up to its release if Lights Are Off dropped a couple animations based on the game. The even weirder thing about all this is that over on YouTube, where it is significantly harder to get views on normal videos compared to TikToks, the trailer for Zoonomaly has over 19 million views at the time I'm writing this. Very fucking strange how things work out sometimes. While Lights Are Off didn't really try super hard to promote Zoonomaly, there may have been a reason for that. This is just speculation, but walk with me, fellow granny video truthers, and I'll explain. Alright, so as you could probably guess by the title of the game, Zoonomaly takes place in a zoo with animals that are also anomalies. However, the actual animals that are in this zoo are kind of all over the place. Like there are some monkeys or chimps or something, they make sense, but then there's like cows, frogs, an elephant thing that doesn't even have a fucking trunk, so it doesn't even remotely look like an elephant. You get the idea though. The animals featured in Zoonomaly aren't really typical zoo animals for the most part. It's kind of just a bunch of random shit. Because of that, one of the animals prominently featured in Zoonomaly in multiple different sections is literally just a cat. Well, a cat with a long-ass neck for cat standards, but yeah, it's just a cat. This creature is not an original design for Zoonomaly, however. It actually originates from multiple different completely unrelated animations that Lights Are Off made prior to Zoonomaly even being in production. The cat is called Smile Cat, and it actually acted as almost a pseudo-mascot for their work. It even got an official plush, which looks significantly better than something we'll be taking a look at later in the video. Anyway, Smile Cat was kind of just shilled into this game, so I guess the popularity of the character would somewhat translate into the popularity of the game. I think this kind of worked, although the main mascot Zookeeper design definitely ended up becoming the most popular thing to come out of this game. Boner alert. So yeah. Maybe the existing, already popular Smile Cat videos being tied to Zoonomaly retroactively made Lights Are Off feel like they didn't need to make new promo stuff. Not that it matters at the end of the day though. The game did end up doing very well with YouTube audiences. But I feel like just in terms of actual game sales, Lights Are Off probably could have increased them if they used their platforms to actually promote the game a little more. You're kind of just leaving money on the table at that point, and you know, who doesn't love a fucking fat sack of cash? Anyway, enough talking about Lights Are Off's previous works, we have a whack-ass zoo to discuss. Or as this one YouTube comment I found put it, the most normal zoo in Ohio. Sure, man. Listen, I'd love to talk about and break down the genius of this YouTube comment for you all, but unfortunately, we have to talk about the actual game now. This is Zoonomaly. Zoonomaly is a very open mascot horror game, which is kind of an interesting take on the genre that I can't really think of any other game similar to it doing before. You can do the sections of the game in any order you please. Because of this, I'm going to be breaking down this section of the video into just talking about the specific aspects of the game, like the gameplay, the visuals, etc. There really isn't a story to go over or a structured series of events to talk about, so I feel like this is the best way to go about it. With that out of the way, let's get into it. Starting with the visuals. I think by a pretty wide margin, this is the best aspect of Zoonomaly. With Lights Are Off's past animation work already looking pretty good, it isn't that surprising that Zoonomaly is a visually impressive game to a degree. It isn't like crazy or anything, but I think it gets the job done. The actual zoo environment itself is probably just a modified model pack that they purchased or something, but it looks good enough to not be distracting or anything, and there are genuinely a couple really nice looking areas in the game. The main one that sticks out to me is this aquarium building that you have to explore for part of the game. I think that whole area looks really fucking cool. The environments are definitely at their best in Zoonomaly when you're anywhere other than the outside areas of the zoo. Which, like I said, it's not bad or anything, but it's a lot of samey looking environments over and over again. However, regardless of the quality of the environments, they don't really matter for this game. Nobody on planet Earth is watching or playing Zoonomaly to see the fucking trees or whatever. The main reason anybody cares about this game at all is the monster designs. These are the main attraction for very obvious reasons, and for the most part, I think they look pretty cool. They all take a page from Smilecat's book and have this black and white color palette, which I think gives Zoonomaly a pretty strong identity compared to if the animals were just colored like normal. It makes it easy to recognize a design from this game outside of the context of the game, which I think is a really good thing. I don't think these monster designs are going to be everyone's cup of tea. They are a little over the top, but I think they give Zoonomaly a lot of character and really makes the whole experience kind of feel like you're playing a Lights Are Off animation. The most shocking thing about Zoonomaly, however, is how fucking awful the animations are. The walking and running animations for the animals are fine for the most part, but the jump scare animations are genuinely terrible. For some reason, the camera isn't forced to look at the monster's face when the jump scare animations play, which leads to a lot of jump scares where you just get to look at the side of an animal's face or some other random shit. That aspect is already pretty annoying and makes the whole experience feel way cheaper than it should, but just ignoring that, the actual animations for the jump scares when they work properly are really underwhelming. I'm just confused because the guy who made this game is literally an animator. This aspect of the project should have been a slam dunk. Maybe translating the animations to a real-time game project was a struggle or something, but it's definitely a little disappointing. Besides that though, I think Zoonomaly looks pretty good. Compared to a lot of other games in this genre, I think it has a pretty strong visual identity. And I think the animal designs look really good on YouTube thumbnails in particular, just because of how simple but also complex they are at the same time. I would not be shocked if that aspect helped the game get as popular as it did. Unfortunately, as much as I don't want to be saying this section is kind of where my praise for Zoonomaly ends. I want to preface these next couple sections by saying this. I think Zoonomaly is an insanely impressive game with the context that it was made entirely by Lights Are Off, and that it was their first game project ever. However, this is still a product I paid money for, and I would be lying to you all if I just ignored the insane amount of issues in Zoonomaly. So yeah, nothing against Lights Are Off. Keep making shit and improving because I think you have insane talent, but we do have to get into this shit. So let's start off with the gameplay. I think the gameplay structure of Zoonomaly is not inherently bad. In fact, I think there are absolutely cool aspects of it that still work in Zoonomaly regardless of everything else weighing them down. The best example of this is actually the main gimmick of the entire game. The light bulb gun. The light bulb gun is a really smart thing that the dev gave the player because it's something that 90% of the game is built around. It's not perfect, but I still think the idea is super clever, so let's get into it. The light bulb gun is super simple to use. You hold down the mouse to charge it up and release the light blast, and you press a key to reload it after using a light bulb. You can carry a few light bulbs at once, and you can replenish your ammo just by finding light bulbs on the ground or knocking them out of lampposts. It's a really cool way to have the ammo just naturally be woven into the environment of the zoo. The actual blast of the gun is used for two different things. The most obvious of these things is using it on animals in the zoo. Regardless if the animal in question is hostile or not, you can use the light bulb gun blast to stun them for a little bit. There are some issues with this whole system, but we'll get into it when we talk about the actual moment-to-moment gameplay. The other thing the light bulb gun is used for is interacting with these wooden planks during the core puzzle sections of the game. Speaking of, we might as well talk about those now. There are 20 different puzzles scattered around the zoo that you need to complete in order to fight the final boss and beat the game. A large majority of these puzzles all follow the same basic format, and it's definitely the most iconic gameplay seen in Zoonomaly. If you asked a random person that knew Zoonomaly how Zoonomaly plays, they'd probably just describe how this one puzzle type plays. It really is most of the runtime. Let's call these puzzles the wooden structure puzzles. The wooden structure puzzles are pretty simple in theory. You're presented with a large wooden structure that's inside of an animal exhibit, and it's your job to reach a collectible that's located somewhere inside the structure. Said collectibles are pieces of a really large key, which you need to slowly put together throughout the course of the game. It's really easy to tell where a key piece is exactly on a structure, since you can use your scanner thing to see a large light beam coming from the location of the key piece. But the real challenge is figuring out how to get to it. This is where the light bulb gun comes back into play. You have to use your light bulb gun charge shot to shoot down large planks of wood connected to the structures. Once the planks have been knocked down, you can use the scanner to look for large X's on the plank. These are spots that you can stand on to be Angry Birds launched to other parts of the structure. So pretty much, most of the puzzles here are a really long, boring series of trial and error attempts, seeing what every plank does, and if it leads you to the right spot. There are a few of these puzzles that try to switch it up a little bit, such as having rotating platforms and invisible platforms you can only see with the scanner, but overall, this gameplay loop is honestly more annoying than enjoyable. I've never been good with puzzle games all that much to begin with, which definitely didn't help my enjoyment with Zoonomaly. But when one of the solutions to a puzzle is to jump on a fucking rail that you just assume would make you slide off to the ground, you begin to question these puzzles are even designed well at all. The only thing that got me through this game is the insanely broken save system. Zoonomaly, for some reason, does not have any sort of autosave. I completely missed this fact at first, and lost about 20% of my game progress because of it. If I go main menu, is it gonna kill my save file? Oh my god, I have none of the key cards. Holy shit, this game sucks.
Wow.
Seriously though, what modern games don't have autosave? And even if they don't, like Security Breach or whatever, at least save.
Alright, we are heading into the next battle. I did not double tap. I did not do that, I promise. Center to screen. Oh, less than 48 minutes ago, Madry Bread did. Madry Bread did a Cling Pearl run in Fire Red. Put that on in a sec, I guess.
At Mestre9021. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U3 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash.
Oh boy.
Face green smiling.
Don't you dare.
_ his.
You know what? I'm waiting. I'm waiting to confirm. I'm gonna wait to confirm. Alright, no bot. Alright, not a bot! Okay. Let's get on, Norman!
Face fuchsia tongue out, face fuchsia tongue out, face orange raised eyebrow, face orange raised eyebrow, face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails, hand pink waving hand, pink waving hand, pink waving face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails. Face orange raised eyebrow, face red droopy eyes, face red droopy eyes, face fuchsia tongue out, face fuchsia tongue out, face fuchsia tongue out, face red heart shape, face red droopy eyes, face red heart shape, hand pink waving, face orange biting nails, face red droopy eyes, face red heart shape, face orange biting nails.
Here's one.
Underscore his colon colon 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 underscore his.
Now shut up and let me fight!
Face red droopy eyes, face purple crying, face red droopy eyes, face purple crying, face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails, face blue smiling, face orange biting nails, hand pink waving, face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails, face orange biting nails. Underscore his colon colon underscore his colon colon underscore his colon colon underscore his. Welcome to the stream. At American Saxon 2101. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream you 3 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Your cam is down.
He's not even using counter like expected. Excuse me? I'm getting the calculator. I need to figure out what the fuck happened. says 75 to 88.5% HP. Oh my god. We're getting some extra levels just to get those ranges.
Holy shit, this game sucks.
Wow.
Seriously though, what modern games don't have autosave? And even if they don't, like Security Breach or whatever, at least save stations are made super obvious. In Zoonomaly, if you want to save, you just have to go to a menu for some reason. This very weird design choice ended up being the ultimate double-edged sword, however, because since you can save whenever you want in the game, I just started saving in the middle of puzzles when I had to make a big decision. If the decision was a bad one, I could just reset the game and be right back where I was. This definitely made the whole experience significantly more enjoyable than it would have been if I had to redo entire puzzles every time I made a mistake. That outcome feels like it was absolutely the intention as well. I highly doubt this game was being playtested with save scumming in mind. This is further proved by an update that Zoonomaly got, which added an entirely new mechanic. It gave you the ability to drop a light bulb anywhere on the map, and if you pressed a button, it would teleport you back to the placement of the light bulb. If this function didn't use up the light bulb, this would be an easy replacement for the save scumming. But since it does use a light bulb when you teleport to it, there is genuinely no reason to use this feature over saving, quitting, and re-entering the game. I used this mechanic once during the entire game, and it wasn't even for a core puzzle. It just feels very situational when there is clearly a better option already in the game. Anyway, you're probably wondering where the zoo in Zoonomaly comes into play here. So far in this gameplay section, I've pretty much just been talking about the game as if it were literally just a puzzle game. And to be fair, it kind of is. However, there are some enemies we can talk about. Unfortunately though, none of them are very good. Like, at all. The easiest to talk about are the non-hostile zoo animals. These guys just exist for the sake of the game, having more shit to look at. They barely move, and running into them does nothing. Like I mentioned earlier, you can still hit these guys with a light bulb gun for some reason, but it does nothing but make the animals play a small flinching animation. These guys are fine. The real issues start to crop up once we talk about the hostile enemies. Starting with the hostile animals, we have these chimps and good old Smile Cat from earlier. Both of these guys work pretty much the exact same way, and it is extremely fucking annoying. If either of these animals get sight of you while you're in their exhibits, they will run as fast as possible towards you and jump scare you. Thankfully, they cannot really climb up wooden structures, so once you're deep into puzzles, the enemies aren't even an issue. But when you're on the ground, they are a major pain in the ass. Let's break these fuckers down, because the decisions made regarding both of these hostile enemies are genuinely insane. First off, you may be thinking this is finally where the stun blast from the light bulb gun would come into play. And you'd be right. Kind of? Okay, so yes, blasting these hostile animals with the light bulb gun does actually stun them for a little bit, and give you some time to get away. However, major emphasis on the little in little bit, because blasting these fuckers, unironically, only stuns them for maybe 2 seconds. Now, even if the light bulb gun had 0 charge time to use it, that amount of stun time would be abysmal. But there is charge time to the gun. I swear, it takes like 3 times longer to charge the stupid blast compared to how long the effects actually last. Then on top of that, you have to reload the gun after every use, which takes time. So if you shoot something, they stop for 2 seconds, then immediately start chasing you again, you probably can't even protect yourself properly because you'll be in the middle of reloading the gun when they start going after you again. Mix that reload with another 6-second charge up, and the gun is essentially fucking useless on hostile animals. You are genuinely better off just running away from them and gaining some height on the wooden structures as soon as possible. You are forced to use the light bulb gun on enemies sometimes though, specifically after you die and then respawn at the start of a puzzle. Alright. So every puzzle in the game has a designated respawn point for if you die, and these are labeled as safe zones. In these safe zones, you're supposed to be safe from the jump scares of hostile animals and other enemies. These sometimes just don't work, but we'll talk about that once we get to the actual zookeeper. For now, I just want to talk about what the hostile animals will do when you respawn. For some fucking reason, their AI is not programmed to just ignore you when you reach the safe zone after death. And instead, they bolt over towards the safe zone immediately and will just wait there, creating a situation where if you do not blast them with your gun, you will die over and over again. How this even made it into the game is crazy to me. This feels like something that should have been addressed as soon as the enemy AI started doing that during development. In a less common but still insanely annoying case, one time a chimp got stuck next to a ramp that I had to go up to do the puzzle. But if I tried to walk up the ramp, I would just get jump scared every single time. This meant I had to waste a light bulb blast every single time I needed to use that ramp so I could stun the chimp and actually make progress in the game. Death did not move the chimp back to its spawn either. That fucker was there the entire puzzle, no matter how many times I died. So yeah, the enemy AI in this game is borderline broken, if not just straight up broken at times. Nothing better shows this off than the main man himself, the zookeeper. If you've been wondering what the actual gameplay of Zoonomaly is outside of the exhibits and puzzles, look no further than this buckshot roulette, rush from doors looking motherfucker. When you're making your way from puzzle to puzzle, you have to look out for the zookeeper, who can pretty much spawn anywhere on the map. You can kind of avoid him if you keep your distance, but for the most part, you're pretty fucked if he sees you and starts chasing you. Like the other enemies, you can use your light bulb gun to stun him for a little bit, but it's also not very effective and will often just lead him to jump scaring you anyway. The best way to get around the zoo is to keep your distance and hit as many safe zone checkpoints as possible. The concept of having a permanent threat you have to always look out for when traveling between puzzles is really cool, and if his AI was closer to something like, as funny as this is gonna sound, Granny from Granny, I think the concept would have worked a lot better. It just feels like such an underwhelming aspect of the game when all the Zookeeper really does is act the exact same as the chimps and Smile Cats. However, we are not done talking about the Zookeeper yet, because this character is insanely broken. For starters, I seriously can't tell if this is on purpose or not, but the Zookeeper can clone himself. When you're doing a puzzle, the Zookeeper will watch you do it because the AI is stupid and still tries to kill you even when they can't reach you. Because of this, sometimes when you're doing a puzzle and die, upon respawning, a second Zookeeper will spawn in and also watch you do the puzzle. This just keeps stacking until like 5 Zookeepers are on screen at once. Dude!
Are there 4?
Yes, there's 4.
What?
I am just very confused.
The Zookeeper probably kill.
Wait, because you're not even wrong. Eventually the clones just kind of despawn, but if you have to leave with all the clones out, have fun with that. The other broken aspect of the Zookeeper also has to do with the respawning. Because of the Zookeeper's shit AI, if you're respawned into a safe zone, the Zookeeper will stand in front of the safe zone exit waiting for you to leave. Similar to what the chimps and Smile Cats do that I talked about earlier. Of course, this means you have to blast them to get out. However, because of how close the Zookeeper can get to the safe zone, sometimes they can hit you with their hitbox and jump scare you. This can result in one of 3 outcomes. Either A, you respawn back like normal and keep playing the game, B, you get stuck in a jump scare loop for a little bit where the Zookeeper just keeps jump scaring you over and over again until you eventually just get out of it, or C, you get stuck in a jump scare loop forever and are trapped in a soft lock forcing you to restart the game. This entire issue would be resolved if the enemies were just given a bigger invisible wall or something. Or, you know, just better AI. But that's hard and this is the dev's first game, so just make the safe areas bigger than they actually look in the environment. God. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about the enemy AI. Time to quickly talk about the rest of the gameplay-focused stuff, which consists of the puzzles that aren't under the wooden structures category, and the final boss. I won't spend too long talking about this stuff, because honestly there isn't much to say. The variety puzzles, as we'll call them, are really forgettable for the most part, and mostly just consist of grabbing an item and then using said item to get a key piece. Like, there's this part where you go into a building and there's some weird tall thing, no clue what animal it's supposed to be, and all you have to do is grab a key, open a locked gate, grab a key piece, and leave. Like, okay. These sections are a nice break from the core gameplay, I guess, but I kind of wish they weren't even in the game. I think a big issue with Zoonomaly is the lack of structure. As unique of a concept as it is, the lack of structure in the puzzles doesn't really allow for any skill curve, and you'll never really feel like you're learning the core mechanics of the game in a supernatural way. If the game was structured in a linear fashion, I feel like the entire thing could have been those wooden structure puzzles, but with a lot more thought put into each one and their placement in the game. I'm sure the open-ended approach could work, but this game is a little too all over the place for it to really click with me. One more of these variety puzzles I want to talk about is the big water section in the aquarium building. As cool as it looks, it's actually a really lame section of gameplay, where you just press buttons and slowly move around until you reach the key piece. There is barely any dead ends, and it was super obvious where you were supposed to go the entire time, so this section ends up just being extremely boring. The only real threat is falling into the water, which is an instant death, but like, I don't know why you would do that more than once. I don't know, I just thought this whole section was super lame, given how great it looks, especially the parts where you run under the aquarium. Anyway, I guess we can talk about the final boss now and finally move on from all this. The final boss is this big-ass cat thing in a room full of these lights that were featured in a previous section of the game that is essentially the same thing as this boss, but way easier. So at least the mechanics on display here aren't a new thing. The second the cat sees you, they fucking book it towards you for the entire fight. You have to interact with every single one of the lights until you find all the green ones. Once all the green lights have been turned on, you can go to this machine thing and end the game. This boss isn't really that hard, it's kind of just poorly thrown together and really annoying. Since the recharge time for the light bulb gun takes so long, it's really just a mad dash around this room praying that you can blast the cat and stun them for a bit every time they get close enough, which happens a lot. I really don't know what I was expecting from a final boss in Zoonomaly, but this whole thing feels super underwhelming. There really aren't any extra theatrics to it, it's literally just a harder version of another random part of the game. And folks, that's it for the gameplay of Zoonomaly. I have such mixed feelings about this game, because a lot of the pieces of a good, quality product are here. They're just bogged down by a million other things that just shouldn't be in the game. I wish I liked Zoonomaly more, because solo indie devs are some of the most persistent and talented folks out there. But I do have a good feeling that if Zoonomaly were to ever get a sequel or something, it would be much better than this game. I really hope Lights Are Off does that, because they're clearly an insanely talented person, and I want to see them make a game that takes all the mistakes of Zoonomaly and fixes them. Regardless of what happens though, I really can't bring myself to hate this game. I don't like it, let's get that straight. But there's a clear effort on display here that I can't ignore. Maybe charging money for a first attempt was kind of a bad idea, but that's a discussion for another day. I say that like I'm making another video on Zoonomaly. I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not promising any more videos this year after the Granny incident. And the Digital Circus incident. Anyway, that's a discussion for someone else, I should say. Even though we're pretty much done talking about Zoonomaly as a game, there is still one more section I want to go over. That being the goddamn sound design. The sound design. I've ignored talking about this up until...
I think that's a... Alright, I think that's a good pause. That's a good spot to pause. Let me see if I can find... Let me see if I can find something good. Let me see if I can find a good cover for this. For our rematch. That sounds kind of good. Let me see, hold on, give that a like. Okay, no, yeah, I did give one. Oh, I have to. I have to do this one. Alright, turn that back on for the trip back. Hold on. Check out the calculator. Unfortunately, this calculator is only showing up my highest friendship, so which I don't have yet. Alright, Norman, take 2. forgot he has to because he never used the second. The P&D sound fonts came in clutch. You just gotta do this. You'd think I'd have mastered the routine, but I do. But I did not. Woo! And there's the sod. Alright, that should be enough. Let's get back to our thing. Let's get back to our little background to our little background video.
Sound design. The sound design. I've ignored talking about this up until now because I thought it really needed its own section. Not a very long one, but it absolutely needed to be highlighted. The sound design choices in this game are genuinely terrible, in ways that confuse me so much. There are two main things I want to talk about here: the zookeeper and the animals. Let's start with the zookeeper. Remember earlier when I mentioned that because the Zookeeper has broken-ass AI pathing, they will always just stand there and watch you do a puzzle? What I didn't mention is that the Zookeeper has a laugh sound effect that plays when they're aggroed on the player. Normally this would be fine, because it would only play during the times when it actually makes sense. However, because they just fucking stand there, the sound plays over and over and over and over and over while you're doing puzzles. It is maybe some of the most annoying shit ever, and it made me turn down the game on multiple occasions. Zoonomaly even has a dedicated volume slider specifically for noises that enemies make. Like, they definitely knew this shit was unbearable. This leads us to the other side of the coin, the animals. Most of them don't make sounds that are that annoying, but some absolutely do. The chimps stand out to me as a prime example. Their sound effect is insanely annoying, and it just plays over and over and over. However, that isn't the main thing I want to talk about in regards to the animals. No, what I want to talk about is when these sound effects play. For some reason, and this is kind of speculation, so bear with me, I think the animal sound effects are tied to the environments themselves and not the actual animals. Like, you'll hear chimp noises that sound really close to you, but all the chimps are on the other side of the fucking exhibit. It just makes knowing where the animals are a pain in the ass sometimes, and made me think I was closer to death way more than I would have if the noises were just tied to the actual models of the animals. Anyway, that's all I want to talk about here. Everything else sounds fine, I guess. Mostly just mediocre, though. Now we are actually done talking about Zoonomaly. Well, at least the game itself. Don't think you're all off the hook that easy. We still have to take a look at the wonderful world of Zoonomaly content farm garbage. Someone please help me. The slop. It was fun talking about the actual game, but come on, you know me. If I'm given an opportunity to talk about content farm garbage for a new mascot horror game, you bet I fucking will. I'm like a moth to a flame, I just can't resist. Well, I guess I'm more like a dog to a tennis ball. Sure, we'll go with that. Anyway, I've picked out some great stuff to talk about for this section of the video. So no more delay, here we go. Lanky Box. Hey, we're back to talking about these fuckers again. Like I said earlier, the whole reason this video exists is because of LankyBox, so it was only fitting to give them a tiny bit of spotlight today. Not a whole lot though, they will get their own video eventually. And I know I just said I was done promising videos,
I already
fuck
did
you,
it,
I lied. Anyway, because I don't think I can retain my remaining brain cells writing anything meaningful about LankyBox today, please enjoy this 2-minute clip of me losing my mind watching their Zoonomaly content.
That actually looks identical, bro. That
actually looks identical. Can you even spot it? Can you even spot
How
the
are there 17 minutes? There's not even that many characters in this game.
Look how okay, wait, they stop here. They do this for 9 fucking minutes, and then they just play the game again?
Fucking game again.
And then all the animals got cursed, or was it like an infection?
What is that?
It was just a zoo that got cursed with a hacker EXE.
That started it all. It might have been this EXE sludge monster infecting everyone else. That would actually make
Stop
a lot
saying
of sense.
EXE.
Like the pudding emoji.
They no
file
No, it's like Sonic EXE.
I get that, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm gonna throw up. No, they have like a buzz. They must have like a buzzword quota they have to reach.
Oh yeah, that's true, guys. Make sure to watch this play Zoonomaly. That was a really fun video. This is an absolutely nut.
Guys,
You already did that.
I want to just point it. I want to point at the level of fucking brain rot that just happened there. They brought up Siren Head again for the second time in the video, and then immediately after brought up their first playthrough for the second time in the video, within like 2 seconds.
Yeah, in this part of the game, you're like, come here and like get all these parts of the key. Ew, look at that thing. That's crazy. Look.
What is happening up here? Wait,
We swapped merch.
He fucking swapped merch. I can't.
I hate
Really fun video. This is absolutely.
This is ridiculous. He's just like, oh, okay, let me just fucking switch.
You're like, come here and like get all these parts of the key.
Oh, hey guys. I hate him.
That's so bad.
I hate him.
No one's even gonna look at that and think I want to buy that. No child is gonna see, oh, I want that box that's way too fucking lit up.
You can't even process what this is.
Peekaboo with you guys, and the plushies love to play peekaboo also. Bye, he says peekaboo.
The plushies also like to play. I'm gonna fucking. When I do the LankyBox video, I'm gonna buy one of these and fucking burn it. I'm gonna actually burn it. I'm gonna buy a lighter. I'm gonna go to a fucking.
Justin.exe.
Yo, he's got teeth like. You know what? Hold on. Wait, hold the fucking phone. He's got teeth like. Look in chat. Look in chat. He's got teeth like Justin.exe.
You just have that.
A cursed carrot that had been grown in EXE soil.
Yeah.
EXE dirt.
Stop saying that.
EXE soil, EXE dirt. See, wasn't that fun? You'll be seeing a whole lot more of that in the future. Just let me recover some brain cells first, so I can actually write something coherent about them. Anyway, make sure to plant all your plants in EXE soil and EXE dirt, kids. Enough LankyBox for one video. Next, fake sequel garbage. This epidemic is actually pretty tame compared to how it is for things like Ban Ban and Poppy Playtime. However, there are still some fake sequel videos scattered around YouTube. None of that stuff is super interesting though. As popular as the game is, its fake chapter scene is actually pretty tame. I'm surprised good old Buggy Huggy didn't try to milk this game to death, but they're still busy chipping away at Poppy Playtime. You gotta respect the grind, man. Anyway, since there's really not that much fun stuff to talk about here, I thought I'd make my own fun. It's been over a year since I first created Handy Dan, which is genuinely crazy to me. To celebrate the anniversary a little bit, I thought it would be cool to design my own take on Handy Dan if they were an animal in Zoonomaly. So I did. Enjoy this mess. Alright, so if you're watching this, it made it into the video, which, I mean, there's a good chance it doesn't, but I thought it'd be funny to end this Zoonomaly video kind of like the same way I ended my Ban Ban Content Farm video. Even though this video is inherently really different from that video, I thought it'd be funny, I don't know. I thought it'd be funny to end this video making a Zoonomaly version of Handy Dan, essentially. Not just the art, too. The goal is to 3D model it. I've been learning a little bit of Blender recently, and I thought it'd be fun to give this an attempt. So, we're at the starting phase here. I have here just a random, like, fucking all jump scares, all monsters thumbnail, but it gives us a good vibe of what we're looking for here with the designs, right? So let's take a gander, right? We have a lot of okay, so number one, exaggerated proportions, right? Long necks, absurdly long legs, long legs, long necks, and then the other thing is big black hole eyes, and then very sharp teeth. Now there are some that don't have the sharp teeth, right? Like here it's just like kind of like a gross mouth. This one's kind of just like a gross mouth. That's the route we're taking with this because I'm not super confident I can model the teeth, so we're gonna skip on that. But we're definitely gonna do the same kind of eyes that like this one has, and like this one has, and like not this one. This one fucking sucks. Yeah, like these eyes kind of. That's the goal. Yeah, we'll give that a shot. I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna do with the tail. I think the tail face might have to get the axe, just because that like design quirk is really only like relevant to the Ban Ban Content Farm stuff. That's the reason the face is on the tail in the first place. It doesn't really make sense for Zoonomaly, so I'll probably scrap it. Obviously the tail itself will still be there, you know, it's a fucking beaver, but I think I will probably try to make it more of like an actual beaver tail pattern instead of just like a face, if that makes sense. But let's try to give this a draw here. So we're gonna make it really long and lanky. I think that's kind of the goal. I was thinking maybe make it really like fat and like kind of short, but I think making it tall and lanky is probably the play. So excuse my shitty drawing skills here on the mouse, but we'll give it a shot, and I'll report back when I have something interesting to say. I like this body shape. It's like really stupid, but I think we can do some fun shit with it. I think like the most of the body just being a neck is also just kind of really funny. It looks like it's being like squeezed, fucking squeezing my Handy Dan for orange juice. So we'll stick with this. I think it's fun. Alright, I think I'm messing with this body shape. It's really stupid, but I think it works for what I'm trying to do. It's pretty simple. I think I could probably model this with a little bit of time and effort there. We'll work off this. We'll get the details down, and I'll report back once that's done, and we'll see how I'm feeling. We'll fucking see. I don't know.
I just got so lucky. Also, you could just casually use the bike here.
It's not perfect, but
yeah, you could just use the bike here. Look, like nothing important. It was nothing important that people had to tell me. Screw you guys. This would have been so much easier. This would have been ever so slightly faster to get around.
but I think it's probably good enough for what I'm doing. So let's take this sucker to Blender and attempt to model this. We'll attempt. Okay. All right, we have the ref here in Blender. I guess I'll just give it a shot. Sorry if my fucking techniques are terrible. Like I said, I barely know anything, but I thought it'd be fun, so fuck it. This is gonna be terrible, but let's try. Okay, I'll see you on the other side. I'm pretty happy with this body. I think it's a little different from the initial concept, but I think it works. I think it makes a little more sense in 3D than this thing did. A little bit. So yeah, we're just gonna keep working off that, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, I pretty much have the sculpt done. It's terribly, horribly fucking. I mean, we can look at it. Oh my god, it's like. It's like horribly optimized, but I'll probably just either not worry about that because this is not for anything. I'm not releasing this. I don't care. I will maybe I'll release it, but I mean I don't know how much you want this. I don't know how much you want this. Yeah, I guess we'll texture this. I texture just in Blender because I don't really want to use fucking Substance Painter right now. So it's gonna look shit, but you know what? We'll give it a shot. So yeah, I don't know. Texture time. Let's do this. Okay. Oh my god, that was fun. It's pretty much done. Like I said, I could try to fucking optimize it a bit, but this is not being used for anything. It's just for the video. It's just for fun. I don't think anyone wants this anyway. It doesn't matter. But there you go. There's a Zoonomaly Handy Dan. There's my take on it. If you want to draw fan art or whatever, just hit me up on Twitter or whatevs. But yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna make some renders with this. I'm gonna get some good lighting for it, and those will be on the edited part of the video. So thanks for tuning into this section, and this is pretty much almost the end of the video. So thanks for watching almost all the way through. And yeah, I'll throw it back to good old edited. Yeah. So goodbye, everybody. Wow, wasn't that fun? Here's that render I promised. I think the model came out pretty good besides the optimization that would crash 99% of computers on planet Earth. Anyway, there is one more final thing I want to talk about before we can finally wrap this whole thing up. Something that I teased at the very start of the video. It's time for the grand finale. Bootleg plushies. We've talked about bootleg plushies a couple times here in the past, and I even got my very own bootleg plushie in the form of Handy Dan shortly after my Bam Bam Content Farms video went live. However, I've never actually taken the time to buy one of these things for the sake of actually looking at it for a video. But that changes today. I purchased a bootleg Zoonomaly Smile Cat plush just to show you all what these terrible products are really like. So please enjoy this review of a plush toy made for children.
Hi, I'm interviewing my cat Zella. If you hue shifted Zella or inverted them, they might look like a Zoonomaly cat. Isn't that right? Are you a Zoonomaly? You don't give a shit. Okay. Well, bye, Zella. Here's the other one.
Whoops, that was not it. Let me look around for a second. Aha! Okay, here's the actual Smile Cat bootleg plush review. Enjoy.
But yeah, oh yeah, opens a bootleg plush made for children.
Alright, what's up everybody? I have no idea how we're transitioning to this, but we're doing this. I'm in my kitchen, so sorry if the audio quality sounds like complete fucking horseshit.
Chef Poo Poo's kitchen disaster.
Anyway, today we're going to be taking a look at a bootleg Zoonomaly Smile Cat plush. Now, earlier in the video, we talked about the official Smile Cat plush, the not Zoonomaly one, just the normal lights are off one. And you know what? That one's actually pretty cute. I think that one's pretty cute. This thing, on the other hand, is kind of fucking terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of fucking terrifying. I've had this for like a week. It's just been sitting in my house, and it's disgusting. I haven't opened it yet because I wanted to open it on camera. So I guess we're gonna do that now. Got my scissors. Let's give it a shot here. Oh, okay. Wait, sorry. So this is it. What the fuck? It's pretty much just all print on. I mean, it's pretty much just all print on. The texturing on this is so gross. Dude, this feels gross. I brought my only other bootleg plush that I have for a little like comparison. This thing is actually like amazing quality compared to this fucking piece of shit. This thing is terrible. God. So yeah, that's this. I don't know much to say about it, but I did buy it. Okay, I guess we can like destroy it now. All right, get out of here, Handy Dan. Fuck you. Not those Handy Dans. Those Handy Dans right there, you see those ones? If you bought one of those, I think they're I don't know when this video is going out, but they're shipping out in June, late June. So it could be soon. It could be soon when this video comes out. And if you didn't get a chance to buy one, stay tuned to the community tab because you might get another chance. Okay, let's break this fucking thing. Any last words, fucker? Oh my god! That broke so easily. That was 0 effort. Oh my god. No! What the fuck? He's so fucked. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Let's just rip his head off, I guess. Okay.
Fuck.
Okay. All right. Well, that's that. Thanks for checking out this segment. Back to you, scripted. Better microphone, yeah. What a terrible cursed object. Thankfully, it's fucking dead. Anyway, I'm getting pretty tired of talking about Zoonomaly, so let's wrap this up for good. Both Zoonomaly and Lights Are Off are such interesting cases of internet virality in the modern age. I really don't know if content like this would even have found an audience in the first place without short-form media sites like TikTok. It really is a perfect storm that led to this. Regardless, I had a fun time taking a look at this stuff, and an even more fun time destroying stuffed animals and making terrible 3D models. This video is truly one for the ages, folks. Anyway, tune in next time for not the fucking granny video, I can tell you that. I've been yeah, and I'll see you all next time.
Good. I saw a smile. I don't think I noticed Smile Cat popping up at the end there until now. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute that. Mute that instead. Go. Number 82, Magnemite, the Magnus Pokemon. Height, 1 foot 0 inches, weight 13.2 pounds. The units at its sides are extremely powerful magnets. They generate enough magnetism to draw in iron objects from over 300 feet away. Alright, 1 sec. Alright, hold on a sec. Let me just double check. No? Not like you have a chance to hold a metal coat? Oh, it's the 6th puzzle. Oh, it's only on the 6th puzzle. So we're not gonna get a magnet until after the until 7 gym badges.
Hey everybody, as you may or may not remember from the end of my last video, this video right here is going to be about...
Alright.
Hey everyone, Madrybread here. Pokemon Emerald with Pokemon picked by a random number generator was a fun and weird team run. Let's follow that up with a solo run with a Pokemon that I have never used before. Like, in my life, as far as I can remember. Today's the day that we figure out, would I be able to beat Pokemon Fire Red with a team of only one Clamperl? Man, this is gonna be a really weird one, isn't it? So we're a solo water type with high defense and reasonably high special attack, but pretty low health and speed. We have the ability Shell Armor, so we can't get critically hit. That makes me think that defense buffs are probably going to be extra useful. By level up, we have this very strange move list, where we start off with 4 moves and we never learn another one by level up. I mean, these are all really low power water moves, but Iron Defense is still pretty good. I don't really expect us to do any real damage until we have our TMs, though. Speaking of, here's our TM move list. The type variety is very limited, but Ice Beam is on the list, and that's an incredible move, so I'm for sure taking it. What are we thinking? Surf, Ice Beam, Iron Defense, and Return, maybe? I actually like the idea of Iron Defense and Rest as a combo, but only having Surf and Ice Beam as attacking moves is going to make Lorelei really hard to fight. Like always, I'm writing the script as I go through with the challenge, so this part is being written before I've started. Everyone comment down below and guess if I can win or not.
Oh, hold on. That's same for my challenge. Also, yeah. Also, another fucker. Number 84, Voltorb, the ball Pokemon. Height, 1 foot 8 inches. Weight, 22.9 pounds. It bears an uncanny and unexplained resemblance to a Pokeball. Because it explodes at the slightest shock, even veteran trainers treat it with caution. Yes, I am repeating the joke I made. Yes, I am repeating the joke I did back last week.
I think that I'll win, but I'll need to be max level. The low health and low speed has me pretty worried. It's really not a good combo. Let's explain the rules. In combat, I can only use Clamperl. I'll need other Pokemon to use HMs, but I won't be allowed to use any of those Pokemon in battle. No glitches or exploits, no items in battle, only Pokeballs, held items, and items outside of combat are allowed. Also, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more. Let's do this. So, right off the bat, I used the Universal Pokemon Randomizer to replace Squirtle with Clamperl so that we can do the whole run with it. I picked to replace Squirtle so that our rival would have Venusaur, probably the hardest for us to fight. Our nature is Rash, for more special attack and less special defense. I may not like our special defense going down because it's going to cause us some issues with grass types, but I really like our special attack going up. I think I can make this work. I name him Shelter, because that's hilarious. Alright, we're traveling to the rock gym, but I'm expecting this to be pretty easy. Not only do we have water moves, but we also have iron defense. That combo makes me think that we're just going to win the moment we get there, no matter what level we're at. So I'm just going to rush through and try to get there as easy as I can. Let's see how it goes. So I got to the gym at the very low level of 8, a whole third lower than them, and we easily one-shot sweep them with water gun. I mean, it was pretty obvious this fight was going to be a breeze. Alright, with that out of the way, I think we need a lot of levels before we actually win the next fight. We have the water gym and our rival. The water gym is so obviously impossible right now that I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm just going to try and level up a lot in Mount Moon so that we're ready for our rival. The sooner we take out our rival, the sooner we can get the TM for Secret Power so that we can use a non-water move. I don't expect it to be easy though. I can only imagine our rival's starter is going to be a nightmare to fight this early on. Plus, leveling is going to be crazy slow this early on. We're in the erratic leveling group, so we require a lot less experience than normal to hit level 100, but for the first 35 or so levels, we're going to be leveling up a lot slower than your average Pokemon. On our way there, though, I took the Helix Fossil. I knew that if I didn't say what I took, you'd all ask. Actually, now that I think about it, everyone asks anyway. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. Alright. I knew this would be bad, but this is really bad. I tried the rival fight a few times. First of all, we're slower than Pidgeotto and get sand attacked, so just trying to land a hit is a mess. But when he goes down, the Bulbasaur just puts us to sleep and leech seeds us. Even when we can get a water gun in, it does almost nothing, then he gets half his health back from leech seed. It might be a very long time before we can win this fight. Make your guesses now on what level we're going to need to be before we can win this fight. I'm guessing early 30s. So I try level 25. By this point, we're able to survive a few Vine Whips, and on this very lucky try, we never got Sand Attack or Leech Seeded, and yet we still lost pretty easily. I think that we're going to need to be at least level 30, but I'm going to try a bunch at level 28. It could be possible. So I get to level 28, and I try a bunch. I figured I was still going to lose because I kept losing. But then I got this amazing try where we crit Bulbasaur, and he missed Sleep Powder twice, so we breezed through the fight. That was amazing. I'm gonna go get the TM for Secret Power from up north, and then I'm gonna give the Water Gym a try. Hey, this actually wasn't too bad. Now, it's probably a bad sign that Staryu half my level is faster than me, but thanks to paralyzing Starmie early, we never had any real problems. That gets us the TM for Water Pulse, and although it's not an amazing move, I learned it right away. It's gonna be our best water move until we get Surf, so I'd be crazy not to learn this. Alright, so we have the rival fight in the Electric Gym coming up, and although I feel good about the rival fight, I don't really feel good about the Electric Gym. We're pretty slow, and they're gonna hit our already low special defense pretty hard. I know the Kanto Electric Gym is rarely an issue, but I could see it being one this time. We can always do it later if we really get stuck on it, though. More than anything, I want to breeze ahead to Giovanni in the Pokemon Tower rival fight so that we can get Surf. On the SSN, we have to fight our rival, and like usual, it was easier than in the previous fight, but partly that's because he used Poison Powder instead of something more dangerous. This very much could have been a loss if he picked better moves. So as expected, we had a really close call in the Electric Gym, but we actually ended up doing a better job than I thought. We took some huge damage off Shockwave and could just hardly survive. I should probably just rush after Giovanni. I need to get Surf as soon as I can. Alright, so I fought my way through Rock Tunnel and had a pretty easy time with Giovanni, as I expected. He's mostly a ground trainer, so I didn't really think we'd have any serious issues with him this run. Are we ready for a rival, though? Because I don't have Ice Beam yet, and I could see Ivysaur being an issue. Alright, well, the rival wasn't too bad, but two things happened in the fight that make me think that the later fights are going to be pretty rough. First, he has two Pokemon with Intimidate. Normally he'd have one, but because he has Ivysaur, he's left with both a Growlithe and a Water Onix. Both are Pokemon with Intimidate, so no matter what, our attack is going to be pretty low by the end of the fight. Because of that, Secret Power couldn't get the one-shot on Kadabra, instead paralyzing him. The problem is that he has the Synchronize ability, so we got paralyzed in return. We still won, but that could be a real problem later down the line. Alright, we're traveling again. Obviously, we don't stand a chance at the Grass Gym yet, but that's alright. My plan is to get Surf, try and beat the Poison Gym, fight the Fire Gym early, then we might have enough money to convert into coins and get Ice Beam. Once we have that, the Grass Gym should be a cakewalk. I figure we're going to need Ice Beam soon anyway, since the Silph rival fight is obviously not going to be a win until we can take out Venusaur quickly. After that is the usually easy Psychic Gym, the obviously easy Ground Gym, and another rival fight before the Elite Four. If there's anything that I'm going to have some serious issues with, it's both of those rival fights. With our low speed, I think they're going to be a real problem. Well, this Poison Gym didn't go how I expected. Coughing was a one-shot. Muck used Minimize but didn't dodge anything. The second Coughing was also a one-shot, and the Wheezing at the end used Smokescreen, but we never missed and he kept healing up. So we ended up taking no damage the entire fight. Really not what I thought would happen, but that means we get to do the Fire Gym early, and that'll be great for money and experience. Now, I know this is going to be a shock, but on the first try at the Fire Gym, we actually lost. 3/4 of his team are faster than us, and Fire Blast really hurts. Thankfully, just one try later, and one of the Fire Blasts misses, so we hit our Surf and won the fight, but it was still kind of crazy that our low speed caused that bad of an issue in the Fire Gym of all places.
Oh, whoops, I did not turn that off. I wish I had active chatters.
Now let's hope I have the money for that Ice Beam TM. Okay, we had exactly enough money to convert into 4,000 coins, so I got Ice Beam and easily blasted my way through the Grass Gym. Do you think we're ready for the Silph rival fight, though? Because I kind of think that we're just gonna lose due to being too slow. I have a Quick Claw, but that might not save us. Yeah, I thought this might happen. Pidgeot was easy, but Venusaur is faster than us, nearly one-shot us. We failed to one-shot him, then he finished us off. We need to level up a bit more so that we're either faster than him or can one-shot him. So I got up to level 60, and now the Pidgeot and Venusaur are both slower than us, and are one-shots. Really, the only serious threat on his team at this point is Water Onix, who we can still hardly hurt. But thanks to him deciding to use the amazing combo of Leering twice into Dragon Rage, a move that does not benefit from Leer, we ended up taking him out and then sweeping the rest of his team. Leer into Dragon Rage. It's gotta be one of the funniest dumb things I have ever seen the AI do in Gen 3. That was amazing. After that was Giovanni, who we very obviously just swept. Do you think the Psychic Gym is gonna be hard? Honestly, we might just overpower them with Surf at this point. If not though, then Secret Power might do the trick. I'm just worried about paralyzing them and then getting paralyzed in return thanks to Synchronize. Alright, well the fight was mostly a sweep with Surf, but thanks to Calm Mind, the Alakazam at the end survived. All it did was heal a ton and hit one Psychic, but man, it hit really hard. Moments like this are when I can really see the effect of a bad special defense nature. Anyway, right after that...
Alright, next time!
You can't beat Giovanni, no way bro. I feel your pain. The first battle with him was already bad for me.
Number 79, main trick, the Discharge Pokemon, height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 88.6 pounds. Because lightning falls in their vicinities, Manectric were thought to have been born from lightning. In battle, they create thunderclouds.
Is the Ground Gym, and it was obviously a sweep with Surf. But that means that we're already back at our rival, and we had to level up before we could beat him last time, thanks to him being so fast compared to us. I think that might be about to happen again in a moment. Alright, so Pidgeot is faster than us, but that wasn't really a big deal. It hardly hurt us and went down in one hit. The problem is, despite being faster than Venusaur, we aren't very close to one-shotting it, and it pretty easily took us out from nearly full health. Well, you know what? If we use Ice Beam and he uses Razor Leaf, then it probably wouldn't take a ton of tries until we either freeze him or he misses us. Maybe I just need to try this a dozen times. Well, never mind. Next try and he was faster. We survived a hit, but it didn't really matter. I can't just try until both Quick Claws happen and we either crit him, freeze, or he misses all in the same round. I don't know what the odds are of that, but I know that they're awful. Let's gain a few levels and see if we're faster after. Alright, level 68 in this fight was amazing. Pidgeot still goes the same as before, but this time Venusaur threw the fight by using Growth instead of attacking us. Since we're faster now, we just two-shot him. Rhyhorn was a one-shot, but next is Water Onix, and he did literally the worst thing he could have. He used Rain Dance, so we just started using Surf for great damage. He went for a Hydro Pump, but it missed, and it's a good thing that it did because I know it would have messed us up badly. We took him out, Growlithe came out, and he was a one-shot, and last is Alakazam, who used Calm Mind like last time, but thanks to the rain, we one-shot him too. He really should not have used Rain Dance. That was an amazingly short-sighted move. Well, we're on our way to the Elite Four now. I have to say, I don't know how we're doing so well. I thought this run would be a lot harder, and yeah, it's had its moments, but for the most part, it really isn't all that bad. I haven't gotten any use out of our Iron defense, and that's a little boring, but I kind of thought that might happen. We're Water type, and the physical special split hasn't happened yet, so the most dangerous moves for us aren't physical ones. Maybe I'll find it useful in the Elite Four, but I kind of doubt it at this point. I do have the TM for Rest, so I might switch out to that at some point, if I think that it'll help us. I also figure it's about time to replace Secret Power with Return. The occasional Paralysis is nice, but this is the Elite Four, and we need every advantage we can get. Now that we're at the Elite Four, let's take a look at our stats. Well, our defense is solid, and I like that our special attack is too, but other than that, I'm not all that impressed. Kinda crazy that our special defense and our speed are almost the exact same. I don't know how this is gonna go. Lorelei might be hard, since we have no good moves for that fight, but Agatha might be bad too, just because she can throw effects on us with fast Pokemon. I don't think Bruno and Lance will be that bad, though, and honestly, the Pokemon Champion might not be too bad either, as long as we're faster than most of his team. Make your final guesses on if we can win this or not. Let's do this. First is Ice Trainer Lorelei. First up is Dugong, who goes down in a few hits and never does any damage to us. And second is Cloyster, who just sets up spikes and uses Protect a lot. It doesn't hurt us either. But third is Slowbro, and we were obviously not doing much damage, and her Surfs were doing quite a bit to us. Obviously, we went down, and nothing could have really saved us there either than a crit. I'm gonna have to try and level up a bunch so that we can do more damage and survive more hits. So I get up to level 75 and try a bunch more, but on so many tries, Dugong makes it hail and does a ton of damage to us at the start. On this one, he didn't, so we got to Slowbro with decent.
How are your opponents allowed to use evasion, yet I can't get, not me?
Health. Thanks to her using Amnesia and us doing more damage, we could just take it out without getting hurt much. But next is Jinx, who's way faster than us and easily put us to sleep and finishes us off. Alright, well, I know I'm gonna have to level up soon anyway for Agatha, so I may as well just do it now. Level 80, and this is still what most good runs look like. We make it to Jinx with roughly half of our health left, then we get put to sleep and easily finished off. We don't really have an easy way around this. I just have to try over and over until she misses Lovely Kiss. But I kind of think that we won't one-shot her, and she's gonna put us to sleep after anyway. I guess if that happens, then I'll level up more. So after losing 6 more times thanks to either being put to sleep or having way too little health after going into the Jinx fight, we had this one where Quick Claw kicked in, so we one-shot her. The Lapras right after was pretty tanky, and I figured that I was just gonna lose, but somehow we survived a Surf and an Ice Beam with just a little bit of health left so we could finish him off. I really thought I was gonna have to be stronger for that one. Second is Fighting Trainer Bruno. Now believe it or not, but I actually lost my first try at this thanks to not being able to one-shot some of them. But as soon as I slapped a Mystic Water on to do a little bit more damage, things went a lot smoother. We still lost a good amount of health to Machamp, but I don't think that we were actually anywhere close to losing. I still am really not sure about Agatha though. Third is Ghost Trainer Agatha. This was actually a lot easier than I was expecting. Yeah, we took a lot of damage between Sludge Bomb's direct damage and it poisoning us, but really it was not bad at all. Surf and Ice Beam did a great job. Fourth is Dragon Trainer Lance. First is Water Onix, and man, it's a mess. We take so much damage before we can take him out because we just hardly do anything with Return. We survived Water Onix and ended up sweeping nearly the whole rest of his team with Ice Beam, but of course Aerodactyl is way faster than us and finishes us off right at the end. Honestly, I think we might win in a few levels, though. Okay, literally only 3 levels later, and now Water Onix just spams Dragon Rage, so we're left with way more health, letting us take a hit against Aerodactyl so we can easily win the fight.
What do you mean? What do you mean shorts? There's fucking Magneton. Jesus Christ. Number 83, Magneton, the Magnet Pokemon. Height 3 feet 3 inches. Weight 132.3 pounds. It is actually 3 Magnemite linked by magnetism. It generates powerful radio waves that raise temperatures by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit within a 3,300 foot radius.
Finally, the Pokemon Champion. First is Pidgeot, who hardly hurt us before we one-shot him, and second is Venusaur, who's faster than us, but just used Growth, then got one-shot, so this is a great start. Third is Alakazam, though, and he's faster than us and hits hard. We take him down in 1 hit, but not before taking a ton of damage. Brydon went down in 1 hit, but after that is Water Onix, though, and obviously we came nowhere close to taking him out. We just do so little damage, and he still hits pretty hard. Okay, I think I need to be somewhere in the mid-level 90s before we can win, but I am very confident that we can win soon. So I hit level 90 and try some more. The fight goes basically the exact same, but we can survive 1 more hit. Thanks to a missed Hydro Pump, I kinda thought that I could win, but he full restored up. That's alright. I'm now convinced that at level 95, I would do enough damage that I wouldn't have to worry about the full restores anymore. Huh. Well, I tried the fight some more at level 95, and yes, we actually do manage to deal enough damage to not have to worry about the full restores. But now every time we get past Water Onix, it's with so little health that we faint to Arcanine using extreme speed at the end. Do you think maybe I could get away with using an Iron Defense early on in the battle?
Hey, me, MDB, Picassery, J-Rose11, we do this every other frickin' day. This is just an average Friday night for us.
And that would be enough to survive the ending. Alright, well next try and I use Iron Defense while Venusaur is charging up Solar Beam, and in the end, it totally didn't matter because Water Onix missed an attack, and Arcanine went for Flamethrower anyway, so we got the win. It was a weird ending and the Iron Defense didn't matter in the end, but hey, I got to use it. Well, that was a fun first time using Clamperl. I can't exactly say it's awesome to use, but it was a unique challenge and I had a fun time with it. I really hope you guys like that run. The next Pokemon Challenge should be up next week on Saturday, like usual, with Pokemon Platinum, with only 1 Pachirisu, another Pokemon that I've never used before. As far as I remember, I've never used it in my whole life. As always, I'm looking at your suggestions.
I did Pachirisu only in Hard Gold last year.
Questions in the comments, in the challenge request section of my Discord channel, and on Twitter. Subscribe, ring the bell, stay tuned. Outro time. Now, for those of you on Patreon and the YouTube members thing, last week's challenge for the early viewing, you only got it like 2 days early. I hate that. I usually try to get it a week early at minimum. Earlier than that if I can get away with it. But unfortunately, there was a lot of delays that were just completely out of my hand. You know, when you're working with a sponsor, you need to send them things, and they need to be able to review it and send things back. So there's little delays there, you know, they don't work weekends, I work basically every day. So little delays between my schedule and little delays between their schedule ended up making that come out a lot later than I wanted it to come out. It still wasn't late, I guess, but I really like the early viewing being up earlier than that, which is why I'm really hoping I can get this whole edit done today, because then this video will be up on Patreon and YouTube more than a week early, which kind of helps make up for that, you know? I know no one cares. Like, I've never once gotten a single complaint. Of all of the hundreds of people that I have on Patreon and YouTube memberships and everything who like watching these early, I have never gotten a single complaint that the early video was not early enough, but it bugs me when I think that the early video is not early enough. So As much as I know you're all gonna say, don't worry about it, I'm gonna keep worrying about it because I tried to hold myself to a high standard, and I really want that to be earlier for you. So with that said, the $50 supporter shoutout tier, thank you so much Jacob Busby, Javid Kusaro, Grayson Fitz, Tara Louise, Dark Soul, Young Smoky VP, Gabriel Thornton, Hernandez Punchdick, and the -1 for your continued support. I very much appreciate it. I'm going to try my best to get this thing edited tonight so that I can get it up for you as early as possible. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and until next time, have a nice day.
Hey everybody! As you may or may not remember from the end of my last video, this video right here is going to be about the hit indie horror game, Granny. I mean, I said that's what this next video is going to be about, and why would I ever lie to my audience? So, let's not waste any time and get right into the in-depth Granny discussion. You just gotta subscribe first before we talk about it. You know, company policy. Alright, now that we have that out of the way, we can get right into not talking about Granny. Whoops. Okay, so maybe I should explain why this video exists. I'm sure seeing this in your sub box and or recommendations was a bit of a shock, considering it has been a very long time since I've made a video on Five Nights at Freddy's. Anything for that matter. Over the past year, I've tried my best to move away from only making FNAF content. I felt like it trapped me in a bit of a creative bubble I was worried I would never be able to escape from. Thankfully, my pivot away from FNAF over the last year ended up working out quite well, and you all seem to enjoy the content I've been making over the last year, which I am very thankful for. However, it only recently clicked with me that the anniversary of my final real FNAF video was creeping up, which just so happens to be my infamous Dormitibus video. Sure, there are like 3 videos after that one that are FNAF adjacent, kind of, but when it comes to strictly FNAF videos, Dormitibus was my final one. To think it's been a whole ass year since that video came out is very strange, but it also just made me feel a bit nostalgic for the FNAF era of my content. So after a long time, I am officially coming out of FNAF retirement, at least this one time, to celebrate the anniversary of my last FNAF video. Will I make more FNAF videos after this? Probably? I'm not really sure, but if this is the last one for a while again, I hope you all enjoy it. Now, with that out of the way, we can get right into the topic of today's video. Five Nights at Freddy's Evolution. FNAF Evolution was published to Game Jolt on March 11th, 2017 by Nathan Zika, and it is one of the most broken video games I have ever played in my entire life. I have never been brought to tears more by a game in my entire life for all the wrong reasons. I should probably explain how we even got here in the first place. It all started one fateful night at 4 AM. You know, when all good decisions are made. Anyway, I'm hanging out in a Discord voice chat with a couple people, most notably, fellow not FNAF YouTuber, The Baddest. We were having a conversation about the big 3 of FNAF fan games, which naturally turned into a conversation about the big 3 of the worst FNAF fan games. Your typical answers were given, like the Return to Freddy's and Dormitibus, but a game called FNAF Evolution was also brought up in that discussion. After taking a look at the Game Jolt page, I was very confused. Sure, it looked mediocre, but it was also an almost decade-old game made by someone who was probably a kid when it was released. I didn't really get why it specifically was being brought up. Maybe it was just the popularity behind it? The page did have over 3,000 followers for some reason after all. I say all this, however, the biggest red flag of all time I could have possibly been given was staring directly at me on the Game Jolt page. Said red flag was an old-ass comment by none other than Fusion Z Gamer, which read, Night 2 is next to impossible to beat, because Chica keeps attacking over and over again once it gets to 3 AM. Now, I did see this comment when I first downloaded the game, but multiple updates were pushed out for FNAF Evolution after this comment was made, so surely the game isn't that broken in the year 2024, right? Right. 15 different glitches were encountered during my playthrough of FNAF Evolution. Nope, I am not kidding. Now, the title for this video is a little bit of a lie. The game didn't actually crash 5 times. It only crashed 3 times. Sorry for that, but you don't have to worry, because we have a whole other laundry list of glitches to cover here. In fact, I have created a night-by-night breakdown of FNAF Evolution, going over every single glitch I ran into and what night they happened on. Because of this,
I feel like
this video is going to be a little different from my other FNAF videos I've made in the past.
I feel like if I do this, I should redo this layout at some point and have like the video. A video meant to distract it as a small thing, and then the game is the main focus. I probably should have done that before.
Whereas before, I typically just talked about all the mechanics of the game generally, and never really bothered to break things down on a night-by-night basis. This time, the actual gameplay is so nothing that I'm going to have to go night by night, specifically just to talk about the glitches and stuff. Trust me, very little of this video will be spent talking about the actual game, because as you'll soon find out, there really isn't much to talk about in that regard. So with all that out of the way, why don't we get to it, folks? If I had to suffer through this, now it's your turn. Strap in, everyone, as I take you through the most broken FNAF fan game I have ever played, Five Nights at Freddy's Evolution. Night 1. Alrighty, first thing I want to talk about here technically isn't even a glitch. Like, I am not counting this towards the total glitches I encountered. However, it's interesting and funny enough that I gotta bring it up. Now, FNAF Evolution is an old game, so I'm not super shocked that this is a problem with it now in the modern day, but this game is a pain in the ass to record and screen share, especially on a 2-monitor setup. If you try and tab out of the game for whatever reason, your entire computer will have a fucking quick little breakdown before letting you out of the game. Because of this, selecting the game to record on OBS or screen share on Discord is very hard. I ended up just recording my entire screen and that obviously worked, but this then transitions into a different issue. Similar to some of the older FNAF games, FNAF Evolution was created with the intention of it being played in a 4:3 aspect ratio. For some reason, which I still don't really get, the game forces itself to have a full screen aspect ratio when opening it on modern hardware, leading to the picture being really shitty and stretched looking. Even though that was the case, for some reason the game still recorded as if it was being played in 4:3. So the gameplay footage you'll be seeing in this video should be all good, but just keep in mind when I was playing the game, it did not look like this. Also, for anyone wondering, I could not find a way to window this game. That would have also been a very big help. Okay, now we can talk about the actual game, starting with this fantastic title screen. It's pretty much just a recreation of that one Freddy image, but with this game's version of Freddy, who's called Funtalized Freddy for some reason. I still have no clue what this even means after beating the entire game, so don't ask me, I don't know. I would now like to bring to your attention the fact that this version of the game I played is 1.9, so there were definitely a few updates before this final definitive version. Keep that in mind as we go through these 15 glitches and bugs that I found. Speaking of, the first one can be found right here on the title screen. Notice how it says Night 1 instead of Night 1? I am counting this as a glitch because I refuse to believe this is somehow a spelling mistake when the word night is literally spelt correctly on the same title screen. This is probably the most debatable in terms of if it's actually a bug or something, but don't worry, the rest are pretty cut and dry. I just thought that little oversight was funny enough to include. Enough yapping about this beautiful title screen though. Let's get into the actual game. Right off the bat, we need to talk about the office in this game, because holy shit does it scream 2017 FNAF fan game. If that's a good or bad thing, I'll let you all at home decide. Of course, we have the iconic Celebrate poster in the office. Gotta have one of those. Alongside one, count 'em, one singular children's drawing. I can feel the FNAF running through my veins, dude. The other posters though, that's where the real shit is. We have a poster of Hatsune Miku. Sure, why not? We have a poster of some guy playing Minecraft, and finally, we have a poster of a green withered Freddy holding guns, burning in hell. Raw as fuck, dude. I have so many goosebumps right now. Here's a fun question. Assuming this game takes place in the 80s or 90s, like pretty much every single game like this does, do you think the owner of this building is a fucking time traveler or something? I like to think they were so proud of that fact that they just needed to put posters of random shit people in the 80s would have zero clue about. I also like the fact that out of the few things he decided to share with the world early, he chose Miku, Minecraft, and a FNAF OC. Truly a visionary. Anyway, as you could probably tell by my uncertainty on when this game takes place, there is very little exposition given anywhere in this game. There's no phone guy, no paycheck at the end of night 5, just the occasional TTS voice to explain something, mixed with the occasional broken English Arial font on screen to also explain something. Leaves things up to the imagination more than usual, which I think is very fitting for a game this funny, intentional or not. Anyway, I guess I should take this opportunity to talk about the actual game for a little bit.
Hold off on that. Yeah, it's time for it's time for a major battle. 2, in fact. I do have the health restoring items one on here. I just didn't have the list. I just didn't have the medicine on the list. I don't know where the rain went. Guys, seriously, can somebody tell me why the rain just disappears sometimes? You know what? No, I'm looking it up right now. Pokemon Emerald Route 118 rain gone. I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Oh no, Route 119, my bad. Route 119 has a strict 4-day weather cycle in Pokemon Emerald. 1 day of clear weather, followed by 2 days of rain and 1 day of a thunderstorm? Wondering just... That's why it disappears. It's a hidden cycle. Well, that's good to know. And coincidentally, it just happens to change as soon as I leave it. It just happens to have always changed whenever I left the Weather Institute. Do that. Yep.
Leaves things up to the imagination more than usual, which I think is very fitting for a game this funny, intentional or not. Anyway, I guess I should take this opportunity to talk about the actual game for a little bit, since I guess I still have to do that. Thanks a lot, Justin Trudeau. The gameplay of FNAF Evolution is literally just FNAF 2, but with less mechanics to worry about. The office is set up in the exact same way, minus the vents being gone, there's a mask to deal with the threats in the office, and of course, there's a music box that makes the cameras entirely useless for the whole game. I'm so glad this game adopted all the best parts of FNAF 2. Am I right? So if you've played FNAF 2 before, you've effectively played FNAF Evolution. A better version of FNAF Evolution, but FNAF Evolution nonetheless. Wow guys, what an evolution of the FNAF genre! Taking one of the weakest games from a gameplay standpoint and making it weaker! I'm only being half serious about this, by the way. Most fan games around this time period were essentially just spins on existing FNAF games. This isn't a unique case or something. Hell, even Flumpty's 1 is essentially just FNAF 1 with like one new mechanic. FNAF Evolution just does this sort of gameplay exceptionally bad compared to a lot of its competition. There are maybe like 2 different spins on the gameplay that come up later in the game, but neither are very substantial. We'll talk about them as they naturally come up in the video, but for now, just keep in your mind the gameplay of FNAF Evolution is just FNAF 2, but easier. No vents, no Balloon Boy, just a mask, a hallway, and a music box. The big 3, as we call them in the industry. Visually, this game is pretty much just on par with a lot of the other fan games coming out around the same time, so there isn't really much to say about it. I think this style of graphics is almost a little nostalgic now though. Like, it doesn't look good or anything, but in a weird way, I think this game, and many similar to it, have aged kind of well. Only if you grew up with these early FNAF fan games though. Show a 7-year-old child this who has zero knowledge about FNAF fan games, and they'll probably throw up on the spot and proceed to run back to their bedroom to play Lethal Company and Fortnite for 8 hours a day. Kind of a based kid, I can't lie. I guess the one thing I can comment on visuals-wise is the designs of the animatronics, so I'll comment on them as they appear in the game. Night 1 only has Bonnie and the puppet, who both have very odd designs in this game. Bonnie less so, but the puppet is very fucking weird. It almost has an Ennard-esque body, and even opens up their face like a Funtime animatronic as part of their jump scare. It's not a very good design though, and it doesn't help that you pretty much have to spend the entire game looking directly at them thanks to the music box mechanic. I didn't even know the puppet was on Night 1 until I died to it, by the way. For some reason, the bar on the camera just doesn't start depleting until later into the night. This would obviously make sense if there was a phone call or something that lined up with the music box mechanic activating, like in FNAF 2, but as I stated previously, FNAF Evolution has nothing like that. I almost counted this as a glitch because it happens again later on Night 7 for some fucking reason, but I think it's more likely just a poor game design oversight. I've been calling the puppet mechanic a music box this whole time, just because it functions the same way, but it's actually sealing a vent door or something rather than winding a music box. This is accompanied by an animation that plays every time you hold the close button, aka wind the music box, and said animation is what you'll be watching for the majority of FNAF Evolution's runtime. Also, this just needs to be said, this animation looks like the puppet's going to town on 2 drakes. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just what animation is what you'll be watching for the majority of FNAF Evolution's runtime. Also, this just needs to be said, this animation looks like the puppet's going to town on 2 drakes. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just what it looks like. Overall, the puppet in this game is very weird looking and also maybe should be locked up for being a freak. Bonnie, on the other hand, is very much not as weird as the puppet. I think this design is probably the strongest in FNAF Evolution, which isn't saying much, but you gotta take what you can get. His render for when he's in the office is pretty good, and he looks very funny in the hallway. He probably also has the most thumbnailable jump scare in the entire game, and he definitely would have been the thumbnail of this video if the sequel didn't exist. Oops, spoiler! So yeah, that's pretty much all the rambling I have to do with the actual game itself. It's time to get into the real shit here. The glitches. Glitch number 2, Bonnie duplication. Yo, get it, girl.
If you ever want to make another yeah game.
What the fuck? Why are you in both places? What the fucking...
What?
This game is really high quality, let's just say that. This was a very minor glitch, which, to my knowledge, never occurred again in my playthrough. However, it's a glitch nonetheless, so let's talk about it. In the middle of one of my Night 1 attempts, Bonnie appeared on both the main stage camera and another camera at the exact same time. It didn't affect my gameplay or anything, but I kinda suspect this probably happened way more, and I just didn't know it. Since the optimal way to play FNAF Evolution camera...
Oh, why did that happen?
What the fuck? Why are you in both places? What the fucking... What? This game is really high quality, let's just say that. This was a very minor glitch, which, to my knowledge, never occurred again in my playthrough. However, it's a glitch nonetheless, so let's talk about it. In the middle of one of my Night 1 attempts, Bonnie appeared on both the main stage camera and another camera at the exact same time. It didn't affect my gameplay or anything, but I kind of suspect this probably happened way more, and I just didn't know it. Since the optimal way to play FNAF Evolution is to use one camera the entire time, I never really got a good chance to see if the animatronics were showing up in two places at once, on the cams past Night 1. Harmless glitch, but a pretty funny one regardless. Glitch number 3, static attack. Slob, these nights are too fucking long, I'm losing one. What the fuck is happening? Hello?
I think the camera just bugs out whenever there is a movement.
That's very annoying. That's 100% what that
Puppet is doing
in
some
FNAF
shed
games,
17.
both fan and official, when something happens on the cameras that involves something moving either to or from the camera's view, the transition for this is typically hidden by a quick burst of static to make things feel more natural. This game, of course, does this as well, however not in a very good way. Instead of just limiting the static to the camera where the shit is actually moving, FNAF Evolution decided to have the static appear regardless of what camera you're on every single time an animatronic moves. So even though you're going to be on the puppet cam the whole last game, you're still going to see these quick bursts of static just because, I guess? This isn't even the worst part though. The worst part is that the static also appears when you're in the office, which obviously makes zero sense. I'm assuming this was just because the dev didn't know how to limit the static when they made the game, which is fair I guess, but it still results in a very annoying little detail you have to deal with for the entire game. That's all for Night 1 glitches. But don't worry, we have plenty more to go over. We are just scratching the surface of the broken shit this game has to offer. Let's keep going. Night 2. Each main night in FNAF Evolution ends with a sister location / fun with plush trap style minigame that rewards the player with a 2-hour head start on the next night. I'm not going to talk about these yet since I actually ended up skipping most of these for reasons we'll get into later, but once we're done talking about the 5 main nights, I'll be sure to very quickly go over all the minigames. They aren't very interesting and don't have any bugs really, but just know I didn't forget they exist. I almost forgot they existed, but I didn't, so it's okay. Anyway, all you have to remember for now is that completing these starts your next night off at 2 AM, which is what I did for Night 2. Keep that in mind for later. For the most part, Night 2 is most of the same. Well, the entire game is more of the same, but I digress. This night introduces Chica into the mix, and she looks, well, she looks like...
Hold that thought. Let's get our decks. Number 145, Kecleon, the color swap Pokemon. Height 3 feet 3 inches, weight 48.5 pounds. A Pokemon that has the ability to alter its body colors to match its surroundings. A Kecleon reverts to its original colors if it is startled. Oh, fuck, whoops.
Digress. This night introduces Chica into the mix, and she looks, well, she looks like if you took a FNAF World model and stretched it to be the same height as a normal FNAF animatronic. I think she looks the most out of place by far compared to everything else in the game. Mechanics-wise, she's identical to Bonnie, so nothing to talk about there. There really isn't anything to talk about for this night. Besides the glitches. If Night 1 really only had some mild or questionable glitches, Night 2 is where the real shit starts to pick up. Let's not waste any time and talk about glitch number 4, the hallway. The hallway in FNAF 2 isn't perfect by any means. Only certain combinations of animatronics can stack in the hallway at the same time, at least on the visual side of things, and all of those times where the flashlight just stops working for seemingly no reason are very annoying. Even with that said though, the mechanic gets the job done for the most part, and does a pretty decent job giving the player a heads up on the threats that are actively approaching. The hallway in FNAF Evolution might as well not fucking exist. No, this isn't a game design issue, this is solely an issue with how the game was made. To understand the full picture here, let's talk about the hallway on Night 1. Since the only animatronic that could even enter the office that night was Bonnie, the hallway was an effective tool to know when he was about to enter the office. If this was handled properly with the addition of more animatronics, this system would be fine. However, that is obviously not the case. No. Instead of the hallway continuing to be a useful, reliable source for survival, it becomes a tunnel of lies and deception. Do not trust that evolved hallway past Night 1. There are multiple different issues with this stupid-ass hallway. for survival, it becomes a tunnel of lies and deception. Do not trust that evolved hallway past night 1. There are multiple different issues with this stupid ass hallway, but let's talk about the one that's relevant to night 2. Let's say, for instance, Chica enters the hallway. You now know that Chica is about to enter the office, and she eventually does do that. You think you're good after she leaves, but upon flashing her light into the hallway, you see that she's still there. Except she isn't actually there. This is an insane visual bug that keeps the sprite asset of the hallway characters there longer than they really should be. And in this case, the Chica in the hallway stayed pretty much the entire night. The only way to figure out if something is actually in the hallway from this point forward is to listen for the sound cue that plays when an animatronic is in the hallway. And even that aspect of the mechanic has multiple bugs we'll see later. So overall, the hallway is just completely fucked. Speaking of that hallway, we aren't done just yet, because glitch number 5 is Invisible Bonnie. You heard that right. First we had Bonnie duplicating himself, and now we just have straight up Invisible Bonnie. This is better than Flunky's 3.
Absolutely. Like,
he's finally gone.
This is good.
What the fuck?
What?
Huh? What did they mean by this? Why did I die?
What did they mean by this?
What did they mean by this?
What the hell did they
What literally night 2? I don't know what series.
What was the music? Let's see. What was the music I had planned? Well, actually, Altaria might still be an issue. So. Hello?
Series of events actually triggered this, but at one point during my night 2 attempts, Bonnie was able to jump scare me without A, ever being in the hallway, and B, ever entering my office so I could put my mask on. And no, this isn't just a case of me missing something or being shit at the game. You can see the footage. You can see what happened. Bro was actually nowhere. Directly after losing to Bonnie, I discovered glitch number 6, permanent time bonus. Okay, so I don't actually know if this is a glitch or not, but I've decided to count it because I'm really not sure, and I'm leaning towards it being a glitch. Remember when I said you could get a 2-hour time head start for completing the post-night minigame? Well, for some reason, that time bonus is a permanent thing for the entire night, even if you lose on the attempt where you got the extra time. So even if I died on night 2 1 million times in a row, I would still start at 2 AM every single attempt. I call this weird or a glitch because in FNAF 4, the game where this mechanic is taken from, if you lose the attempt you have with a time bonus, that bonus is gone for the rest of the night. You only get to skip a few hours, 1 attempt per night. I'm assuming the dev was going for the same thing here, but obviously it doesn't work like that. Maybe this is a glitch, maybe it isn't. All I know is that 15 glitches sounds better than 14 glitches, so we're moving on. Glitch number 7, the Night 2 Special. This glitch is really just a combination of all the things I've already talked about during this section. They just so happen to occur back to back, and it made for a new, interesting glitch. I don't even really know how to describe this one with words, so I'm just gonna play the footage and let it speak for itself. Oh my god, Bonnie. Wait, that's what happened, holy shit.
Wait, that's so fucked. Wait, what?
Where did he go? Oh my god.
What? Bro,
that is so fucked. Huh.
Oh,
Bro is just back. Oh my god. They're like stacking. What the fuck?
I'm so curious what night 3 is gonna be like.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't even know, man. I'm done with night 2. Let's move over to night 3, where arguably the worst glitch in the entire game happened. Arguably. There's a lot of competition, okay? Night 3. Night 3 lacks in quantity in terms of glitches, but in terms of quality, oh, oh boy, you're in for a real treat tonight. Before we get into that though, let's first go over the additions to this night of FNAF Evolution. Starting off with the newest addition to the animatronics roster, we have Freddy Fazbear, finally. Can you take a wild guess what his mechanic is? If you said the exact same thing as Bonnie and Chica, you'd be right. We are 3 nights into this game, and every single animatronic added does the exact same thing. What even is this game, man? Even FNAF 2 knew to add some curveball characters like Foxy and Balloon Boy fairly early into the game to keep things interesting. Ain't no way we have to wait until night 4 of 5 for a new mechanic. Well, Freddy does have something special about him that none of the other characters in this game have had so far. It's not anything gameplay related, but it still definitely impacts the game in ways that may or may not give me a headache. Let's talk about voice acting for a second, shall we? Voice acting in FNAF stuff, specifically old school FNAF stuff, is very hit or miss. Sometimes the environment or context can warrant it, but 9 times out of 10, it feels a little bit out of place. So take FNAF Evolution, a game that has 0 voice acting up until this point other than a stock TTS voice for stuff that happens outside of the office gameplay. Wouldn't it be weird if on night 3 of the game, one of the characters added randomly had full voice acting when literally nothing has happened so far that would A, warrant that, or B, be enhanced by its inclusion? That'd be crazy if FNAF Evolution did that. That'd be crazy! Oh, enough with it already. FNAF Evolution did that. Yes, the character added on night 3, being the Freddy Fazbear himself, has full voice acting for some reason, and he's the only character in the entire game to have this. I'm sure whoever did the performance really tried their best, but these are some of the most annoying voice lines in a game like this I have ever had to put up with. What? Who? I hear their voice lines. Like Scott Hampton. Oh my god. It's just the same shitty Funtime Freddy impression over and over again for the remainder of the nights. The voice lines aren't even like in-universe quote that the animatronics would say on stage. No, these are full-on self-aware corny voice lines. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about this night from a gameplay point of view. Same old, same old. Now, on to the glitches. Glitch number 8, Return of the Hallway. Remember the hallway? Remember all the fun we had in the hallway earlier? Well, guess what? We get to talk about it again. I have no idea how this wasn't happening on previous nights, but here's the glitch. Okay, so how the animatronics in the hallways work is that when one is actively in the hallway, an audio cue will play, letting you know that something is in there. In FNAF 2, this sound is also present, but is just tied to the office in general, not each of the animatronics. That way, the sound doesn't keep resetting or stacking on top of itself every time more than one animatronic is in the hallway. FNAF Evolution does not do this for some reason, and instead has this sound effect tied to each of the animatronics individually. So if 2 animatronics are in the hallway at the same time, the ambience will stack on top of itself and play the sound cue 2 times at the same time. If you couldn't guess, this is insanely annoying. Maybe the dev couldn't figure out how to have the sound effect tied to the hallway itself rather than each animatronic entering it, but regardless, I have no idea how this was never fixed, patched, or at least removed or edited. Going forward, this happens a lot. I guess the weight of 3 animatronics being active at once was just enough to set it off. While that glitch was kind of annoying, this next glitch is truly something else. I'm talking about glitch number 9, Frozen Time. Right, so funny story. When I was playing Night 3 in FNAF Evolution, the in-game clock was stuck at 12 a.m. That's fucking right. I could go for as long as I wanted to go, but the clock was stuck at 12 a.m. I have no idea if the time was actually moving here and this was just a visual thing, or if the game was actually frozen in time, but regardless, this is a pretty insane glitch to just have in the middle of the game. This was not just a one-time thing either. I made sure to reset the game and restart the night, but every time the clock was set in stone at 12 a.m. Listen, there's still some pretty wild glitches in the 6 remaining ones, but this one might take the cake for the most bizarre. I ended up skipping the night to night 4 using the game's text file and continued on from there. So with that being said, let's take a look at night 4. Alrighty, this is the night to finally add a character that is dealt with in a way that is not the mask, and after 3 nights of the exact same gameplay, I needed this. Or at least, I thought I needed it. What I actually needed to do was close the game and go to sleep, since it was like 5 a.m. But who cares about that when you have FNAF Evolution to play? The newest addition to the roster is Foxy, as you may or may not have been able to guess. And here's how he works. Foxy will enter the office a few times every night. This entrance is split up into multiple phases. Phase 1 is when he enters the office, but doesn't show himself. Phase 2 is when he does a slight jump scare on the side of the screen to let you know he's close to attacking. And Phase 3 is when he finally attacks and stands right in front of you. Instead of using your mask to get him to leave, you just have to flash your light on him. So it's the exact same mechanic as every other character, but you press one button instead of another one, and there's an overly long build-up attached to the start of the character entering the room, instead of them standing in the hallway. Cool. This mechanic is very easy to figure out, but the game still tries to teach you how to deal with him via a piece of text in the bottom left corner of the screen at the start of night 4. The English might be, a little broken, but you know, it's the heart that counts. Anyway, now that we've all finished sitting around the campfire learning how Foxy works, let's see how broken he is. Glitch number 10. Foxy stacking and the return of Invisible Bonnie. This glitch is really just a series of events that happened back to back that I thought were absurd enough to bring up. So on one of my night 4 attempts, I got a very specific combo of characters that came after me, which led to the return of everybody's favorite Invisible Bonnie glitch. What the fuck?
Okay, I think that's just maybe that's a warning that he's gonna be here.
That is a very big one. Okay. Was that fair remotely?
Well, it worked.
Why did they both spawn on top of
Take
each
what you
other?
can get.
Where the fuck was Bonnie? Literally, where the fuck was Bonnie? Here's what happened. Freddy entered the office, which is fine. I just threw on my mask like I always do. However, in the middle of Freddy still being in the office, Foxy spawned on top of Freddy. Now, if Foxy was dealt with by using the mask, this wouldn't cause any issues. However, as we just talked about, you need to use the flashlight to deal with Foxy. So in the middle of me dealing with Freddy, I had to quickly take the mask off, flash Foxy, then return back inside the mask and pray to God neither of them kill me. Surprisingly, this actually worked, and I survived the double attack. That was until Bonnie jump scared me out of nowhere with zero indication given beforehand. Safe to say that one left me a little confused, because even looking back at the footage, I have no idea what happened here. Glitch number 11, Invisible Foxy. You've heard of Invisible Bonnie, now get ready for the mediocre straight-to-DVD sequel, Invisible Foxy. Pretty much the exact same thing as Invisible Bonnie. I was just jump scared by Foxy without even having him spawn in the office for me to flash him. He still entered the office and did his little warning animation, but never appeared for that final stage, so I ended up dying to nothing. This glitch happened again on night 5 as well, but obviously I'm not going to count the same glitch twice. Just thought I'd mention that. That's it for the glitches on night 4, but there's one last thing I gotta talk about before we move on. I did have to skip this night because of glitch number 10. You know, the one where Freddy and Foxy stacked on top of each other in the office? I was able to deal with it that one time with Bonnie that I already explained, but every other night 4 run ended because of this evil setup. You're probably wondering why the exact same Freddy and Foxy setup was happening every single attempt, but we'll talk about that a bit later. Keep it in the back of your mind, it'll be important, I promise. Anyway, I skipped the night, however, I'm not counting this specific thing as a glitch because I already kinda did, and I do know that there's a pretty easy way to get out of this scenario with zero issues. It has to do with the mechanics of the flashlight, but we'll save that discussion for night 5. Speaking of, night 5. We have finally made it to the last night of the game. Well, that's actually a lie. There is a night 6 and 7, but unironically both of those are easier than this night by a mile. In fact, let me quickly explain those nights right now to get them out of the way, because they are that unimportant. Night 6 removes every single animatronic from the game and is a one-on-one boss fight with Spring Bonnie. Spring Bonnie acts the exact same way as Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, except he has a shorter time to react to him. So essentially it's the same shit, but without the Foxy mechanic that actually switched things up a little bit. Cool. Night 7 removes every single animatronic from the game again, including Spring Bonnie, and is a one-on-one boss fight with a green version of Freddy. Green Freddy acts the exact same way as Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, except he has a shorter time to react to him. So essentially it's the same shit, but without the Foxy mechanic that actually switched things up a little bit. Cool! I ran into no glitches on either of these nights, and both of them are very easy, so we'll stop talking about them now. I'm sure I'm disappointing someone out there who's really into green Freddy, but I'm sorry, we gotta move on, man. Just put a green filter over the video and pretend Freddy's the only thing that's green, okay? Anyway, let's actually talk about this night. Night 5 introduces 2 new animatronics, one of which is very fucking weird, but let's talk about the significantly less weird one first. Fredbear is literally the exact same as every other character in this game. Maybe he has a shorter period of time to react to him before he jump scares, but it isn't big enough for me to actually notice. Also, I think he was given voice lines as well, but they are just the exact same voice lines that normal Freddy has. I only say this because sometimes he would say the same line that Freddy does when he enters the office, but they may have just been stacking a lot. I have no fucking idea. Who cares? Let me move on. The weird character out of this night is Lolbit of all animatronics. Their entire gimmick is that randomly during the night, they will appear on the screen and block your vision. All you have to do is fidget with the flashlight a bit and they fade away. I was very confused how this mechanic worked at first. I legit just thought it was an Easter egg. It comes out of absolute nowhere and feels so insanely out of place, but I kind of love it for that. It's even more weird for me specifically, considering I had to skip the post-night minigame that actually does feature a version of Funtime Foxy or Fix Mangle, so I was very taken aback that there was a Lolbit mechanic, but not a Funtime Foxy mechanic. Anyway, that's it for the additions to this night. Let's take a look and see how broken it is. Glitch number 12, the secret of the light is my demise. At this point in my playthrough, I was pretty fed up with, playing this fucking game. I wanted to figure out the most effective strategy for playing FNAF Evolution to try to get through the remainder of the game as quickly as possible. This ended up leading me to mess with the mechanics of the in-game flashlight, which very quickly made me realize that if you hold down the flashlight button and never release the button press, the flashlight never shuts off, even when you pull up the camera. And since there's no battery for the flashlight in this game, you have no reason to never not be pressing the flashlight button. It makes dealing with Foxy a fucking joke, and it lets you see down the hallway at all times. Seems like a winning strategy, right? Well, it kind of was, but it was also the accidental key for a whole new slate of glitches I would have never found otherwise. The first of these glitches involves the in-game audio, which will completely fucking die if you hold the flashlight for too long. I guess because using the flashlight makes a buzzing sound of its own, having it held down for too long starts to fuck with all the other in-game audio. Everything from the hallway ambience to the Foxy warning jump scare to the noise that plays when an animatronic enters the office was either completely bugged or didn't play at all because of this glitch. Now this is just the tip of the iceberg for flashlight related glitches, because glitch number 13 is the flashlight crash.
Alright. Before we take a look at that, let's do a Nyonya. Alright, sorry. Woo! Excuse me, I'm just getting something. Excuse me, I'm just grabbing stuff from these recommendations. Okay. Just double checking. All right.
Glitches, because glitch number 13 is the flashlight crash. Oh my god. The game crashed! The fucking... Oh my god! Pretty self-explanatory. Because the game was bugging out super hard due to me holding on the flashlight for the entire night, it just straight up crashed. Multiple times. This especially stung when I got to 5 AM and the game only then decided to crash right at the end of my run. Very cool. Glitch number 14 is Fredbear eating the camera. I don't even think that's a very good name for this glitch, but I couldn't come up with anything better at this point. Give me a break, okay? I'm 15 pages deep into a script about FNAF evolution. That should say enough, alright? Excuse me? What just happened? This glitch is pretty simple. I just pulled my mask up on Fredbear a little too early, and he killed me. But because I had the camera pulled up, his jump scare just never played for some reason. So the jump scare sound went off, but the camera was never pulled down, and I died looking at the puppet in his freaky little chamber. I also encountered the death minigame after this loss, which made the clip way funnier than it probably would have been otherwise. Finally, we have glitch number 15, flashing sprites.
Oh shoot, I should probably...
God. This... I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. I have zero idea what triggered this one, but during a random attempt of Night 5, all the in-game animatronic render started flashing and glitching out on screen. This ended with the entire game crashing, again, which I feel is a great way to cap off these glitches. I couldn't come up with a better ending myself. Well, we're pretty much done here. However, there's one final thing that I need to talk about before we stop talking about FNAF Evolution for good. Well, at least this specific game. Don't worry, I didn't forget the sequel. Throughout my time playing this game, I started to notice patterns while playing the same nights multiple times. This started getting more obvious to me during Night 5, since I had to play that night a bunch of times because of the crashing. What pattern was I picking up on, you're probably wondering? Well, I started to notice that the order in which the animatronics enter the office was very similar each attempt I did of the same night. Almost too similar. Almost like it was the same order every single time. I needed to figure it out for myself, so I took 2 different runs of Night 5 and watched them back to back, making sure to take notes of what animatronics enter the office at what times. I did this for 2 runs that started at 12 AM and ended at 3 AM, and what I found is exactly what you probably already assumed by this point. The data was the exact same. With this knowledge and the mysterious absence of a custom night, it just leads me to believe that this entire game is scripted. Every single animatronic move is scripted. It's my worst nightmare. I'm having sister location PTSD. Speaking of sister location, I did promise to talk about those post-night minigames, so I guess I'll do that real quick. Pretty much all of them are just shittier versions of already shitty sister location segments, and I really don't think I was missing out on not playing them during my actual playthrough. I wish I had more to say, but I've already yapped about this game for far too long, so let's wrap things up. FNAF Evolution found a moderate amount of success, which led to the development of a sequel game titled FNAF Evolution 2. To this very day, the game still isn't out. From what I can tell, the demo is like 5 years old, and the last update on it was like 2 years ago. So I have no idea if this shit is actually cancelled or not. Regardless, I played the demo for this video, and it's very much fine. The character designs are more interesting, the location is more interesting, the gameplay is way more unique, but there just really isn't a whole lot to do in this demo. I kinda hope this game gets finished though. FNAF Evolution of all games having a redemption arc would kind of be legendary. And I do see potential in this concept, absolutely. Anyway, at least FNAF Evolution 2 gave me a fire-ass thumbnail for this video, because that first game was not cutting it in the thumbnail department. Overall though, I think FNAF Evolution is a very funny game, and this video is in no way that serious. Obviously the dev has moved on to greater things, but I hope that both they and everyone else watching this enjoyed this little blast from the past. Who knows what my next FNAF video will be, but I would be lying if I said I didn't have a fun time making this one. Kinda miss it. We'll see, I guess, but tune in next time for the Granny video, finally. What specific Granny thing will I be talking about? You'll just have to wait and see, but I can guarantee you it will be very funny. Anyway, that's enough out of me today. I've been yeah, and I'll see you all next time.
Alright.
Hey everyone, welcome back to yeah Season OG, FNAF Month 2. Wow, it sure has been one crazy June, which is definitely still the current month, full of twists and turns. Dude.
Yeah, we'll do this video and then we'll end it.
Oh, Blue yeah, what a surprise. Dude, it's almost September. What? Are you seriously surprised about this? Check a calendar every now and then, man, damn. Well, shit. I guess FNAF Month 2 is over. I mean, you might as well just finish this video first if you were already gonna do it, but what do I know? No, you're right. Screw what month it is. Let's finish this event with a bang. I think it's a little late for a bang, champ. I think we're aiming for something more like a thud at this point. Okay, you've overstayed your welcome. Get out. Alright, so clearly this whole FNAF Month thing is cursed. Sorry about that. To make it up to you, screw FNAF Month, I'll just make FNAF videos whenever I feel like I have a fun video topic. That's probably a healthier way to go about doing this anyway. Actually, this perfectly transitions into today's video, because I was having trouble figuring out what I even wanted to do for it, if that wasn't painfully obvious already. I ended up settling on 2 different fan games I wanted to potentially make videos on. There's the one I actually chose for this video, which we'll get into later, but the other fan game is like this really obscure FNAF fan game I found while scrolling on GameJolt at like 4 a.m. I don't even know if it's good. I haven't even played it yet. And I don't want to give it away because I'm trying to gatekeep until I make my video. I'm sure you understand. But hey, there's another FNAF video I will probably make soon that has nothing to do with FNAF Month. We should be in good standings moving forward. Enough yapping about that though. How about we start yapping about today's video topic? Banshee. Released on July 23rd, 2025, and created by Kimar Zuru, Banshee is a full-on remake of the final mainline classic-era FNAF game, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator. Now, that might sound kind of familiar if you've been watching the channel since 2022, because I actually covered another fan game with a pretty similar premise back then called FNAF 6 Freak Show. As you may know from that old video, Freak Show ended up getting cancelled and never came out outside of a demo. I was always pretty bummed about that, because Pizza Sim is like the perfect game for new interpretations and remakes. I feel like opinions on that game are kind of all over the place at this point, but I've always been of the opinion that the Salvage and Tycoon sections are great, while the Office gameplay really leaves a lot to be desired.
Hey guys, it's Mike. This is my re-upload of my top 10 Springtrap facts video.
Hi, it's Mike.
I appreciate the new gameplay loop Scott tried here, but not even seeing any of these cool-ass characters in the vents or on hypothetical cameras or anything outside of the salvage sections and jump scares has always been extremely lame to me. That is exactly why new interpretations of Pizza Sim are so genius. Not only can they potentially fix issues that some may have with the original game, satisfying the naysayers, but they can also get fans of the original game excited for them as well. I mean, for them, it's quite literally the embodiment of that 2 cakes meme, or potentially unlimited cakes if people make more of these. Now, you may have noticed that I keep using the word interpretations here when referring to these different remakes, and that is a very intentional choice. Even though both Freak Show and Banshee are, on the surface, remakes of Pizza Sim, they are actually very different games when it comes to gameplay, tone, style, and pretty much everything else actually. While Freak Show was aiming to be a look into an alternate universe where FNAF 6 was more like the prior entries in terms of style and tone, Banshee takes things in a completely different direction. Not only is it a lot moodier, darker, and intentionally scary looking, it also totally reimagines what the gameplay of Pizza Sim is. Gone are the cramped events, now replaced with a full full-on office, closable doors, and entirely new gameplay mechanics, while still keeping the essence of the original gameplay loop alive in some clever ways. Tie that all up with a fully remade Tycoon section, an early PC game aesthetic, and some other cool content, and you have yourself a game that is actually quite far removed from Pizza Sim. With all that said, how about we get into Banshee proper? We're gonna go over all the office gameplay, the Tycoon, the salvage sections, the secrets, and probably a lot more. Strap in, folks. This is gonna be a good one. This is Banshee. Also, make sure to subscribe so I can pass Mr. Preston subscribers. But first, this video is sponsored by Raycon. Welp, another summer has come and gone, and you know what that means. A bunch of people are going back to school. While I might not be in school anymore since sponsoring this video.
Here we go.
Okay, where do I even begin here? How about we start with the intro? That seems pretty logical. Banshee's opening is by far one of the most unique openings I have ever seen in any FNAF game, official or not. Immediately when you open up the game, before you even see the main menu, you're greeted with a view of the ocean and a pitch black sky. Something you will notice very quickly about this game is that it loves to use the imagery of the empty ocean. Not any kind of ocean close to an island or a beach or something, nope, simply just the vast emptiness that most of the ocean is composed of. This creative decision is actually a very fascinating one, and I think its meaning to the greater story of Banshee is definitely up to interpretation, at least to a certain extent. As we all already know from Pizza Sim, that story, and by extension this story, deals with both Michael Afton and Henry Emily letting go of their past once and for all by facing it head on one final time, with the fire at the end of the game being the ultimate conclusion of that. I find it interesting that because Pizza Sim is so closely linked with that fire to most people, the decision to focus on this ocean and water imagery is immediately kind of a cool subversion of what people may be expecting going into Banshee. As for what I personally think the ocean imagery means for the narrative of Banshee, I think it's mainly a way to link Henry and Michael together and their similar trauma and history. Both have made mistakes that have haunted them for their whole lives, almost like they might be drowning in the shame and guilt of it all. The vast emptiness of the ocean also perfectly links both of them to pretty much losing everyone they cared about and loved, and the loneliness that comes with that. I truly can't think of a lonelier place than the middle of the ocean, days and days away from land with nobody by your side. The almost endless scope of the ocean also may be used to symbolize the almost inescapable situations both of them are in, which in Pizza Sim was only ended by that infamous fire. So yeah, right off the bat, we have some very strong theming and imagery to look out for in Banshee. The only way to progress further in this opening is to close your eyes in-game using the right mouse button. Doing this and letting go of the button will reveal a single light source in the vast darkness, a full moon. Doing this one final time will trigger the game to start putting text on the screen. Banshee. Noun. A female spirit in Gaelic folklore believed to presage by wailing. A death in the family. The ocean. Shifting mountains with no end. Howling wind and crashing waves. The barrier between life and death. Not only does this opening text help contextualize the ocean imagery in this game, it also pretty blatantly explains to the player why this game is called Banshee. As the game explains, a Banshee is a spirit that warns of a death in the family via wailing. And, I don't know if you know this, but FNAF, Pizza Sim especially, is all about deaths in the family. 4/5 of the cast of animatronics in this game is quite literally composed of dead family members, specifically of Henry and Michael. So yeah, I'd say that title is pretty much perfect. Anyway, great intro. I knew I was getting into something very different from the fan games I've played before right off the bat, but I'm here for it. After the opening concludes, it throws you right into the main menu, which is simply just another view of the ocean. Although this time it is much brighter outside. Right off the bat, you can look at the Tycoon, but I didn't end up doing that until a little bit later, so we'll leave it for now. I normally don't talk about settings in these games because, like, who cares? But I have to give major props to the dev for including an option to tone down the static across the entire game, specifically for YouTube uploads. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but static is one of the things YouTube struggles with the most when it comes to maintaining video quality. So this option is much appreciated. The quiet jump scares toggle is also a great addition. The game is scary enough, and sometimes you just don't want your ears blown out, you know? I know this is crazy for me to be saying, considering I love FNAF 4, and, well, that game is quite literally just ear blowout simulator, but even I need a break sometimes. Anyway, let's start the actual game. Upon entering a new game for the first time, you're immediately greeted to a long crawl of text going over most of the story leading up to the events of Pizza Sim. The story is slightly changed in this version,
6%
Michael
battery.
apparently not being a walking corpse anymore, but overall it's pretty much the exact same story beats from the original canon. Also, I gotta mention that, once again, we have imagery of the ocean accompanying this text crawl. Anyway, not gonna spend any more time on this since I assume most of you already know the classic era FNAF story at this point. If you don't, I don't know, watch some Rye Toast or something. What are you doing here? Anyway, after the text finishes scrolling, we're thrown right into the first salvage section. I'm actually going to cover all the salvage sections together here, since they really do not differ that much from night to night. It's pretty much the exact same thing every time, just like the original game. While the setup here is a little bit different compared to Pizza Sims, the general idea is pretty much the same. You have an animatronic sitting directly in front of you, and you must complete a series of reports before successfully salvaging the animatronic for extra money to use in the Tycoon. The actual gameplay gameplay is where things are different, however, as this salvage section does not have you lifting up a piece of paper while looking out for slight movements in the animatronics. Instead, it takes the part of the original salvage sections where you have to listen to garbage, jumbled up audio, and turns that into the gameplay. So here's how it works. In front of the player is a cassette player that can start and stop a series of 3 different audio recordings that you need to play for the animatronic. While the audio is playing, you need to pull up the EMF reader given to you that will track EMF levels as the audio plays. The goal is to have the EMF reader read the highest amount possible before turning off the audio and logging the result on the computer, which is done by simply clicking on the spacebar. Not the actual physical spacebar in front of you, but the tiny virtual spacebar in-game. Successfully do this 3 times while having the highest level EMF readings to make the maximum amount of money from the salvage sections. The lower the EMF readings logged, the less money you make for the tycoon. However, it's not that easy. There are a couple things you need to watch out for in order to not get jump scared by the giant terrifying animatronic located directly in front of you. For starters, even though your goal is to have the EMF readings be at their absolute highest when you log them, if you keep the garbage audio playing for too long while the EMF reader is at the highest level, you risk getting jump scared and losing it all. So, you need to be quick with it in order to log the highest recordings and make the most amount of money. The amount of pressure you feel when you're getting close to the highest level and you know you have to act fast soon is really great. And the threat of one of these genuinely terrifying ass designs leaping out at you does not help either. The other hiccup here has to do with the cassette player. While the audio is playing, there's always a chance it may start glitching and skipping itself. If this happens, you have to quickly pause the audio for a moment before turning it back on. This is where the real challenge comes in, since the chance of this happening just increases the further you get into the game, and you really have to be fast in order to avoid getting jump scared. If you do get jump scared in any of these sections, you don't just continue to the actual night like in Pizza Sim. You actually get a game over screen and have to restart the section. I really don't know how to feel about this, because the you only get one shot at this structure of the original salvage sections definitely added a lot to them that is definitely missing here. The worst you can screw up on these is simply just logging a bunch of super low readings and making very little money. With that said though, there is substantial content in this game locked behind making a certain amount of money for the tycoon. So from that perspective, I absolutely do get giving the player an easy way to restart if one of their logs has a bad reading or something. Do I miss it? Sure, but I totally get the change. And that's pretty much it for the salvage sections. It's hard for me to say these are better or worse than the ones in Pizza Sim. They're probably on the same level being real. Although I will say, I think the Pizza Sim ones are definitely harder, even ignoring the whole being able to retry them thing. Regardless, these are still great and serve as a brilliant way to individually introduce each of the new animatronics being added to the gameplay loop in the office sections. Speaking
I'm gonna let this play in the background real quick while I pee. Let me just quickly go on ahead and let this and do all the setup for when I come back to take on the last rival battle.
Speaking of the animatronics, Jesus fuck, we need to talk about these renders used in the salvage sections. We'll talk about the actual designs as we get to them, but I just could not move on from this section without going over just how scary these look. All the more traditionally scary looking designs look great as you might expect, but I think the standout here is actually Lefty. I don't think FNAF, specifically classic FNAF, ever really does a good job of selling you just how fucking big some of these animatronics actually are. Not that it's a huge deal or anything, but it's easy to forget just how tall animatronics are sometimes. But here we have Banshee Lefty being so tall, you can't even see her eyes. Not only is that kind of intimidating as hell in a very subtle way, but the fact that, unlike the other 3 animatronics, you really can't get a good read on what they're thinking is kind of brilliant. Like Afton, you see him in his crazed out look in the salvage section, and you're like, yep, this guy absolutely knows who I am and wants to murder me. But you really don't get that with Lefty. Just a small detail I thought was cool. Anyway, that's the salvage sections. Overall, pretty good. I don't have many complaints. With that out of the way, I think it's finally time we get into the first night. Right off the bat, I just want to say that this is probably one of the most overwhelming first nights in any FNAF game ever. Not that there's actually a lot going on here, it's really just 2 pretty simple to follow mechanics when you boil it down, but going into this blind, you really have no idea how any of these mechanics work, and it feels like there's so much you can do on the computer in front of you. I don't know, man, it's just a lot. Not that this is necessarily a bad thing, however. I actually enjoyed figuring everything out, and come the later nights, you really feel like a master at the gameplay loop, which is really cool. It definitely feels very complex at the start, but when you boil it all down, the gameplay loop is actually very flexible, very manageable, and has a great learning curve to it. Enough preamble though, let's get into this first night proper. At the start of each night that adds a new animatronic, there's a loading screen with a short blurb of text, vaguely hinting at what their mechanic is. And for this night, that animatronic would be Afton. The hint given for Afton is, make sure to keep a very close eye on Afton, which might be the worst hint in the entire game, I can't lie. But it's not super hard to figure out what his mechanic is through natural gameplay, so I don't really mind. We'll get back to Afton a bit later though. We have a lot of stuff to go over here first, so strap in. Again. Alright, let's start with the very basics here. Even though this office is a completely different setup compared to the cramped vents of Pizza Sim, the layout is actually pretty much the exact same, which is a very clever way to tie the two games together. Just like the vent setup in Pizza Sim, there's a computer that you can use directly in front of you, and two different sides of the room you can look at. The two sides of the room you can look at feature massive doors that you can do nothing but look into. There are sliding doors connected to them, but they're currently out of order, and won't be working again until later in the game. So yeah, this office is pretty much just the Pizza Sim one with a new coat of paint, which is kind of the perfect way to go about something like this. It keeps the general movement feeling familiar, while also being different enough that you can very easily forget that and get lost in the new environment. Even little details like the scattered children's drawings around the office are ripped straight out of the vents in Pizza Sim. It's great. After getting acquainted with the office layout, Henry, as the phone guy, tells you all about the computer system, which is where things begin to get a little overwhelming. The basic idea of this computer system is that it doesn't have any actual UI. Instead, you have to traverse it using a command terminal, which is actually a pretty novel idea. You're immediately told to type help in the terminal, which pulls up a list of commands you can type in order to access the different parts of the computer. Typing exit sends you back to the starting screen, but this is kind of entirely useless. I don't think I use this command a single time while playing the game, I'm not gonna lie. Typing CC pulls up the camera system, which as you all probably know, is a completely new feature in this game that was not present in Pizza Sim. Banshee opts for more traditional FNAF mechanics for its gameplay, rather than the weird audio lure Hall of Nightmares from Pizza Sim. So in place of the map is a fully functional camera system with some amazing camera renders. We'll talk about those a bit more later though. For now, let's talk about what using the camera system is actually like. Since we're working with a pretty primitive computer here, you can't just click around the camera system like you normally would be able to. Instead, you have to go through the cameras in a linear order. You aren't just stuck in one direction though. You can move forward and back on the list of cameras to your heart's content. Next to the list of cameras is a rough layout of where the cameras are actually located in the building. Without the ability to actually click on the rooms individually, I was worried that the existence of the map would kind of get a little disorienting if knowing exact animatronic positions was a big part of the gameplay, but thankfully it really isn't, and the only animatronics you actually have to track on the camera have some pretty massive gimmicks to go alongside them, so I think it all works out. Afton, the animatronic added on this night, is insanely easy to deal with without the cameras at all, but obviously you wouldn't know that going into Banshee blind. The hint, make sure to keep a very close eye on Afton, becomes super confusing because of this, because my immediate reaction to seeing it and hearing Henry talk about the camera system in depth on night 1 was, oh, you probably have to carefully track Afton on the cameras or something, when that really isn't the case at all. The cameras don't actually become mandatory until night 2, so maybe it would have been worth properly introducing them then? It just gets really overwhelming on this first night, as I already stated. And this mixed with the 4 different tasks introduced also on this night, you really feel like you're drowning in work. Get it? Drown like the ocean. I'm smart, I'm clever. At the same time though, I do understand to an extent why you would want the players to be familiar with the cameras on night 1, since it makes the introduction of the camera mechanic a lot more natural and less daunting. I don't know man, balancing games is hard. I really can't fault the dev for this. At the end of the day, the way it's currently set up works fine enough. I really do think it's that damn hint muddying this all up. Anyway, that's it for the cameras for now, but we'll talk a little bit more about them later. How about we go over those tasks I just mentioned? The final command you can type into the terminal, for now, is tasks, which brings up a list of 4 different tasks you can do during the night. Each of these tasks can be accessed using their own commands, which brings up a list of How about we go over those tasks I just mentioned? The final command you can type into the terminal for now, but we'll talk a little bit more about them later.
What the fuck happened to the text there? Ooh boy, okay. Marathon, we can finally get some goddamn, we can finally get some goddamn squares today.
How about we go over those tasks I just mentioned? The final command you can type into the terminal, for now, is tasks, which brings up a list of 4 different tasks you can do during the night. Each of these tasks can be accessed using their own commands, which can be typed in on any screen, not just this one. Let's rewind a bit here before we talk about these though. As you all know from Pizza Sim, the tasks in that game are mandatory in order to beat the nights. Once you finish the final task, the night ends and you get to progress in the game. These tasks really aren't anything special. All you do is click on them and wait for them to finish before being done. But there really isn't any actual player interaction with them outside of that. Cut to Freak Show, and that game's attempt to improve the tasks was to turn them into little mini-games instead, which I praise as a clever evolution of the same idea that turned the task system into a much more engaging part of the gameplay loop. Banshee also does this, but the way it does it is very different from Freak Show. Freak Show's task mini-games were very video gamey. I think that totally worked for what that game was going for, but Banshee is obviously a very different game, especially in terms of style and tone. Because of this, the tasks in Banshee are less like mini-games and more like actual busy work you might have to do on a computer while working a job. I bring up the comparison here because I think it's fascinating how 2 different people with 2 completely different visions took the same idea and took them in such wildly different directions. It's just really cool to see. Before we talk about what each of these tasks actually are, there's one more thing I need to bring up regarding the task system in Banshee. Unlike Pizza Sim, the tasks in this game are actually 100% optional. That's right, if you want to completely ignore the tasks and play the game like a normal FNAF game, that is totally a valid option, and the game is actually built for that type of play to still be fun and engaging. Banshee has a normal FNAF clock system, and once that reaches 6 AM, the night will end like normal. So you're probably wondering then, what are the benefits for actually doing the tasks? Well, there's actually a few. For starters, you make money for each task completed. So if you're going for the best ending, you'll probably want to make sure to farm as much money as possible for the Tycoon. But okay, let's say you do not give a single shit about the Tycoon or the good ending or any of that. What is your incentive to complete all the tasks during each night? Well, even though there is a clock in this game, if you still finish all your tasks before the clock reaches 6 AM, the night will end early. This creates an interesting balance where if you're not playing for Tycoon money, you have to weigh if it's worth taking your attention away from the animatronics to try and do the tasks, or if just waiting at the clock while giving 100% of your attention to the animatronics is more beneficial. For a skilled player, doing the tasks will probably always be the faster option, but just the fact the choice is there is great, and gives the player a ton of flexibility in how they want to play the game. I love it. I don't think every FNAF game needs something like this, but when it fits, it fits. Okay, with that out of the way, how about we talk about all 4 of the tasks? The tasks themselves aren't really explained at all, outside of some very brief text, but most of them are simple enough to figure out, so it's mostly fine. There is one that's a little more confusing than the others, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Banshee separates its tasks into 2 categories. Category 1A, which is comprised of Task 1 and Task 2, requires the player to read a series of documents and sort them into one of 2 different groups. The tasks in this category definitely require a little more brain power than the other ones, but they can be done very quickly if you're good at recognizing patterns or are very good at quickly reading things. Category 1B, which is comprised of Task 3 and Task 4, are much simpler tasks that incorporate a lot more waiting and inputting certain commands into the computer. These ones are very easy and can be completed with little effort. So how about we start with them? Task 3 has you waiting for 2 sets of ever-changing numbers to match up. Once they match up, you just have to type that number into the terminal, repeat a few times, and you're done. Very simple, can be done in like a minute or so. Same thing applies to Task 4, which is simply waiting for a series of arrow key inputs to stop shuffling and inputting the correct combination a few times for each of the animatronics as part of a stability procedure. The bit-crushed renders of the animatronics used for these 2 tasks look so fucking creepy, but they fit so well in the context of what the tasks actually are. So yeah, these 2 tasks are not super interesting or anything, and they're really just there to balance out the more time-consuming ones, featured in the first category. But I think they work well enough and fit their role in the gameplay nicely. Speaking of the first category tasks, let's talk about those now. Task 1 has you going through a series of 8 different shipping documents and comparing them to make sure the information is 100% correct. Sometimes these are really easy to spot, like the date being wrong, but other times, it's little things that are easy to miss, such as the last name of a signature being slightly different or the name of a shipping company not matching up exactly. I swear, there have been multiple times where I was certain I went over everything and it matched up, only for something to slip by me and screw me up. I think this is without a doubt my favorite of the tasks, and I think it is by far the one that requires the most attention. Trying to pick out these little details, while also dealing with the entire gameplay loop on the later nights, is just a different level of hectic, and I love it. If the shipping documents match up, you simply type Y into the terminal to confirm it, and if there's something wrong, you just type N instead. If you submit an incorrect answer for a document, you lose some of your progress and have to do more documents in order to actually reach the 8 document goal. So it's really important to be careful and make sure you're submitting the proper answers to not waste too much time during the night. Shit like this is where it can start to become an actual challenge to complete all 4 tasks before the end of the night. So yeah, definitely better to be slow and steady rather than trying to rush through things. Finally, we have Task 2, which is by far the most confusing task out of the bunch. As far as I can tell, the game doesn't tell you anywhere what you're actually supposed to be doing for this task, so you're just kind of on your own to figure it out. As far as I can tell also, the wiki doesn't have any sort of documentation for each of the tasks individually, so I'm not even sure if what I'm about to say is 100% accurate. But here goes nothing. This task has you, once again, going through a series of 8 different documents. Instead of spotting the difference like in the previous task, this time you have to decide whether a document is worthy of archiving or if it should be deleted. The documents here are a series of excerpts from various articles and internal memos, most of which are talking about the behind-the-scenes happening of Fazbear Inc. As far as I can tell, what you're supposed to do is archive any documents that seem relatively clean and don't mention any of the bad things happening at the company, but anything that explicitly mentions things that could be seen as bad press must be deleted. This has mostly worked for me in my playthrough, so it's probably the intended way you're supposed to go about doing this task. But like I said, this shit is really not explained anywhere at all, which is very annoying and made me actively avoid doing this task for most of the game, which is pretty lame. I get that the screen for this task is pretty cramped already, so there really isn't that much room to fit any sort of explanation, but I don't know, man. That probably should have been prioritized. Maybe I'm wrong about this and there is an explanation somewhere, but if there is, it is not super obvious. With all that aside, the actual task at hand here is pretty good, and is only slightly less enjoyable than Task 1. Overall, I think this is actually a very solid set of tasks for the game, and I think they do an extra good job of fitting into the world of Banshee and feeling like believable busy work. I wish Task 2 was like explained at all, but other than that, I really don't have any complaints about these tasks. They're all simple enough to slot comfortably into the existing gameplay loop without being too overwhelming, but they still add a decent enough extra challenge that actually has benefits. A+ stuff. Okay, I know we've been on night 1 for like a million years at this point, and we're almost done, but there's just one more thing we gotta talk about before we move on. The animatronics. As you already know at this point, Afton is the first animatronic added to the gameplay loop through the salvage section, but Night 1 isn't actually solely dedicated to him. There's actually 2 different animatronics on Night 1, but I've mentioned him enough at this point. Let's start with Afton first. Then we'll get into our mystery second animatronic. As I stated earlier, Afton's mechanic is very simple. You don't need to track him on the cameras or anything. No, all you have to do is occasionally check the left side of the room to see if he's there. If he's there when you check the hallway, simply stare him down and he'll go away. That's it. It's that simple. The only way to get jump scared by him is to not check the left hallway for an extended period of time, or to move away from the left side of the room while he's still standing there. This mechanic, while simple, is very effective, and works super well with the rest of the gameplay loop, considering how many seconds Afton makes you waste just looking at him. Sometimes you're just about to finish a task, or you have another animatronic to fend off, but you gotta deal with Afton first, and that can lead to some pretty tense situations. As for his design, I think it's pretty great actually. Very different from what I'm used to with Springtrap and Scraptrap designs, but I think it totally works, especially in the context of the game. Seeing him standing in the pitch black hallway with his crazy ass eyes and crooked smile, it just works, man. I also love how pale Afton's suit looks in this game. I think the muted discoloration really sells the idea that he's been like this for a very long time. If I had to nitpick, I've never been a huge fan of the whole missing arm thing from Scraptrap, and this design does carry that over. I really don't think it enhances the design, like, at all. It just makes him look slightly less intimidating. Like, oh no, I'm so scared that you're gonna strangle me with the one hand of yours. It's just stupid. Other than that though, solid ass design. I'm a fan. Alright, with Afton covered, let's get into our mystery second animatronic. When playing the game for the first time, it's not gonna be super obvious who this second animatronic even is. You never even see them as part of the mechanic. Only when you get jump scared by them do you actually get to see their model. So, who is it then? The second animatronic is none other than Yellow Bear, aka Golden Freddy. Here's how they work. Around the office, there are a bunch of different posters that all seem like decoration at first, but in reality, they're all part of an actual game mechanic you have to keep track of. The posters in the office have a chance to randomly change to It's Me versions that feature amateurish scribble artwork similar to the regular children's drawings. If you notice a poster in the office change design, you have to quickly make sure you're in the main part of the office with the computer turned off in order to deal with it. Once you have that set up, you simply hold down the right mouse button for a little bit to close your eyes. Just like in the intro to the game, after a few seconds, any posters that had changed should be back to normal. Leave a poster lingering for too long without closing your eyes, and you get jump scared. I love this mechanic. I think it might be my favorite one in the entire game. Never before have I felt so hyper aware of my surroundings in an office of a FNAF game. There are just so many different posters that can change in the office that you're constantly having to keep an eye out while you do everything else. I think a mechanic like this has a super fine line to walk on to make it feel fair, and Banshee absolutely walks that line. None of the posters are too small or too unnoticeable when they change that it feels unfair. You still do have to put some effort into making sure you notice the changes, but it's not so much that it consumes the entire gameplay loop. On the later nights, when way more shit is going on, this mechanic becomes even more of a threat, since you have to know when it's more beneficial to deal with the other active threats, or it's more beneficial to close your eyes for a little bit to revert any changed posters. Also, I know I mentioned it earlier, but the fact that this mechanic is used during the intro to the game before you even know it's going to be part of the main game is just chef's kiss. Absolutely perfect. I haven't even mentioned yet how the inclusion of Yellow Bear here in the main gameplay loop is a completely new addition only in this game and not in Pizza Sim. And I mean, it's quite literally a perfect addition. Bite Victim's death, out of any of the trauma in Michael's life, is definitely the thing that haunts him the most. So the inclusion just slots in perfectly with the rest of the existing Pizza Sim cast. It also makes perfect sense why Yellow Bear wouldn't have a salvage section or anything like that. They're still a ghost after all, and their game mechanic spells that out pretty clearly. Upon completing the night, a small bit of text saying, "You're safe," pops up, signifying that the night is over. But for night 1 specifically, it lingers a little bit in the office. Eventually, it makes you look to your left, where Yellow Bear is standing by the doorway. This comes out of absolutely nowhere, and I think it's a pretty genius inclusion to make sure the player is aware Yellow Bear is in this game, even if they didn't figure that out from playing the first night, which is very plausible. Almost as soon as you see Yellow Bear in the doorway, it quickly cuts to another scrolling text segment, like the one from the intro. This time, however, it's a conversation between the bite victim and Michael. Well, I say a conversation, but it's really just bite victim tormenting Michael, while he only manages to slip in one single "I'm sorry." The section starts with a view of what is probably the FNAF 4 house, with the bite victim asking Michael, "Why did you do that, Mike?" Obviously referring to the bite incident. This is when Michael says, "I'm sorry." But as soon as he does that, the background once again changes to the ocean imagery that's plastered all over Banshee. I find it interesting that the background changes here once the victim specifically calls out Michael for not truly being sorry, but just being scared. Once again, playing into the idea that Michael is scared, alone, and truly has nobody at this point. The vast emptiness, the vast loneliness of the ocean, it's all connected. After this section wraps up, we're thrown into the normal results screen we're going to be seeing after each night. None of this really matters right now, since I'm not going to be talking with the Tycoon until a bit later, but it has all the stuff you probably think it has. How many tasks were completed, how good you did during the salvage section, how many lawsuits you got at the Tycoon, etc. And with that, we are officially 100% done night 1. For real this time. Upon finishing the first night, a red rectangle will appear on the main menu, which is a little weird, but we'll talk about that later. We're already on a roll here, so we might as well dive right into what's next. Alright. Since we've pretty much covered all the groundwork already, how about we go straight into nights 2, 3, and 4 all at once? Normally I wouldn't do anything like this, but none of these nights have any new cutscenes like at the end of night 1, and all the content they feature is really just adding one new animatronic each to the gameplay loop. We pretty much covered every single other thing in the gameplay loop already, so this should be a breeze. Night 5 is a little different and has more going on with it, so it will get its own section near the end of the video. Got it? Hopefully you do. Let's get into it. Starting with night 2, this is the night that introduces Molten Freddy. Well, kinda. You see, Banshee was originally going to have a very standard Molten Freddy design, but somewhere along the way, the design was taken in a completely different direction. And now we have this. Okay, this is by far the scariest design in this entire game. Jesus Christ, man, just look at this fucking thing. Obviously, this design is pretty much just, what if Ennard didn't turn into Molten Freddy after Baby left a tangle of wires? And you know what? That's a fun twist on it. I don't hate it. And I don't hate Molten Freddy or anything, but I do think Ennard's design is definitely better. And getting a more fucked up version of said design kinda just works perfectly. It's not like this design completely abandons all aspects of Molten Freddy as well. The chaotic mess of wires that Ennard is very much not is still present on this new design. There's a little bit of a body formation remaining from Ennard, but it's clearly been deteriorating over time, which is a really sick detail. The face, specifically the pupils, really sells this design for me. They genuinely look so crazy. I don't actually know if this animatronic is referred to as a specific name anywhere in the actual game. Maybe it is, but I missed it. However, the wiki simply refers to them as Molten, so we're gonna go with that. As I hinted at previously, Molten is our first introduction to a threat that 100% requires the cameras. Well, okay, maybe 100% isn't actually accurate. I don't know. You'll see. Let's just get into their mechanic. As mentioned previously, Afton is the animatronic in this gameplay loop that is strictly designated to the left hallway. However, this then leaves the right hallway completely empty. The only reason to check it on night 1 was to make sure the poster on that side of the room hadn't changed. But that was it. Well, with the inclusion of Molten to the gameplay loop on night 2, they now take the role of the right doorway character. So now we have a pretty classic FNAF dynamic setup, where each doorway has its own unique animatronic. The hint for this night is they like to play hide and seek, which is absolutely a much better hint than last time. Although, something I didn't mention during the night 1 section is that if you actually die to a specific animatronic, the game will then give you a more in-depth explanation on how to deal with that threat on the game over screen. So if the hints aren't doing it for you, there's always a way to learn more. Anyway, back to Molten. Just like Afton, you essentially just have to be continuously checking the right side of the room to make sure you catch Molten when they show up there. Tracking them on the cameras isn't super useful, and it's 9 out of 10 times more beneficial to be doing tasks or something else rather than obsessing over the cameras. You're forced to check the sides of the room constantly anyway because of the Yellow Bear mechanic, so it's just the most optimal way to go about this. Anyway, when Molten finally shows up on the right side of your office, they'll immediately retreat into the darkness just like Afton. On the surface, it's the exact same mechanic, but for the other door. However, there's actually an aspect of RNG here that has a chance to come into play. If Molten retreats into the darkness of the hallway and nothing happens, you're completely safe and have successfully dealt with Molten. However, if the screen starts to flicker and the background ambience becomes more intense after they leave, that means you're not safe yet. If this happens, you have to quickly go to the computer, access the security camera system, and scroll through all the cameras until you find Molten. Once you've located them on the cameras, you must enter the final command introduced for the terminal for this game, that being play. Similar to the audio lures in Pizza Sim, you're able to place a single audio lure on any of the cameras. So, to fend off Molten in this additional challenge, you must place an audio lure in the room they are in, which will stop the intense ambience and flickering, signifying that you're safe. This same type of mechanic has been used in a few games I've covered already, and I eat that shit up every time. It is one of my favorite uses of a camera system in any FNAF game. The absolute adrenaline rush you get when you're quickly flicking through all the cameras, trying to find your target is just brilliant. And the additional sound design that kicks in when it happens here is a top-notch detail. I also love the fact that you never know if you're going to have to do this extra step when you deal with Molten. It really adds a whole other layer of, oh sh**.
Yep, there's the 12 berries.
Shit when the ambience kicks in and the screen starts flickering. That's also why I said earlier that technically this isn't a 100% camera required mechanic, because sometimes you just don't have to use the cameras at all. Hell, you could probably get crazy good RNG in a run and never have to do the second part of the mechanic. I'm sure it's possible, but never happened to me. One of my favorite parts about this mechanic is that you spend a lot of time in the game looking at Molten's sick-ass camera renders. I really haven't talked about the visuals of the cameras in Banshee yet, but I absolutely adore them. I love that they're black and white, and a lot of the characters have really great camera renders. Molten specifically is definitely the standout. They are creepy as shit, and they do a really good job making them feel large and intimidating. Really good shit. Well, that's pretty much it for Molten. Let's roll right into Night 3 and the introduction of Lefty. Lefty was really the perfect addition to the gameplay loop post-Molten, because her mechanic is essentially just an extension of theirs if you boil it down. So let's get into it. Lefty is another character that requires the use of the cameras to deal with. On top of that, she also uses the audio lure mechanic you'd already be familiar with at this point thanks to Molten. So it's really just a perfect fit. The hint for Lefty is, by far, the clearest one. The hint is simply, audio calms Lefty down, she won't retreat. Which, like, yep, that is indeed the mechanic. Just like the other animatronics in Banshee, Lefty has a set path through the building that she will take each time you play a night with her in it. However, unlike the other animatronics, she will never return to her previous cameras, and once she makes it to the office, it's GG's. So, the goal here is to stall her for as long as possible so that she can't make it to your office by the end of the night or when you finish all your tasks. Just like the hint suggests, this is done by using the audio lure command on the terminal. Since Lefty starts at the same exact camera at the beginning of every night section, all you have to do is place the audio lure down on that camera as soon as you can, and just keep the camera on her to make sure she doesn't move. I think she has a small chance to move cameras even when the audio lure is on her, but it takes a while, and placing a new one down in her next camera takes like 2 seconds, so it's not a big deal. The ability to keep one camera feed up while you're doing other things on the computer hasn't been super useful up until this point, but Lefty finally makes good use of it, since keeping an eye on her is fairly important. So yeah, that's pretty much the mechanic. But I did mention earlier that it's essentially an extension of the Molten mechanic, so what's that about? As you probably remember, the only way to deal with Molten when you have to play hide and seek with them on the cameras is to play the audio lure on the camera they reside on. This then throws a bit of a wrench into Lefty's mechanic, since when you place down the audio lure for Molten, you're immediately giving Lefty a way higher chance for movement opportunities. So now, every time you have to do the extended version of Molten's mechanic, you also need to quickly find Lefty on the cameras immediately after and place down the audio lure again. It pretty much just adds an entirely new step to Molten's mechanic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. As for Lefty's design, it's pretty good. It's pretty much just a lankier version of the original with some added frills.
Oh my god,
why do you keep doing that? And I don't think any drastic. However, unlike the other animatronics, she will never return to her previous cameras, and once she makes it to the office, it's GG's. So, the goal here is to stall her for as long as possible so that she can't make it to your office by the end of the night or when you finish all your tasks. Just like the hint suggests, this is done by using the audio lure command on the terminal. Since Lefty starts at the same exact camera at the beginning of every night section, all you have to do is place the audio lure down on that camera as soon as you can, and just keep the camera on her to make sure she doesn't move. I think she has a small chance to move cameras even when the audio lure is on her, but it takes a while, and placing a new one down in her next camera takes like 2 seconds, so it's not a big deal. The ability to keep one camera feed up while you're doing other things on the computer hasn't been super useful up until this point, but Lefty finally makes good use of it, since keeping an eye on her is fairly important. So yeah, that's pretty much the mechanic. But I did mention earlier that it's essentially an
might as well put this up since we're going to be catching everybody. Number 164, Girafarig, the long-neck Pokemon, height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 91.5 pounds. A Girafarig is an herbivore. It eats grass and tree shoots. While it is eating, its tail makes chewing and swallowing motions as if it were also eating. Nice, female right off the bat. Number 156, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. Height 1.4 inches. Weight 13.2 pounds. It stores electricity in the electric sacs on its cheeks. When it releases pent-up energy in a burst, the electric power is equal to a lightning bolt. Alright, let me just make sure. Let me just triple check which one is Area 1. Okay, we start in Area 1. Then 2, 3, and 4 are in a clockwise moment, in a clockwise rotation. Then Area 5 is up top, Area 6 is down below. Here, Sarah has Fan P, Oddish, Datu, Gloom, Datu, and Heracross. Oh wait, there's a. Oh wait. There you go, guys. Alright, double up. Number 88, Oddish, the weed Pokemon. Height, 1 foot 8 inches. Weight, 11.9 pounds. This Pokemon grows by absorbing moonlight. During the daytime, it buries itself in the ground, leaving only its leaves exposed to avoid detection by its enemies. Number 162, Natu, the tiny bird Pokemon. Height, 0 feet 8 inches. Weight, 4.4 pounds. It runs up short trees that grow on the savanna to peck at new shoots. And Natu's eyes look as if they are always observing something. Oh my! I did not mean to zoom in. I did not mean to zoom in. I wanted to scroll. Here's a calcium up above. No need. No need. We have no need for it. Alright, there's Phanpy. Number 165, Phanpy, the long-nosed Pokemon, height 1 foot 8 inches, weight 73.9 pounds. Phanpy's big ears serve as broad fans. When it becomes hot, it flaps the ears busily to cool down. Even the young are very strong. Christ. Alright, Gloom number 1. Number 89, Gloom, the weed Pokemon, height 2 feet 7 inches, weight 19.0 pounds. A horribly noxious honey drools from its mouth. One whiff of the honey can result in memory loss. Some fans are said to enjoy this overwhelming stink, however. Crazy bastards. Alright, and Gloom number 2. Can I get Natu and Zatu and can I also get Zatu and Heracross and one of the others? Nope. Okay, there we go. Number 168, Heracross, the single horn Pokemon, height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 119.0 pounds. They gather in forests seeking the sweet sap of trees. It is completely clad in a steel hard shell. It is proud of its horn, which it uses to fling foes. Wait, hold on. Perfect. Oh my god. %5 Gloom, 1% no. 5%, 5% level 31 Gloom. There we go. 1% level 31 Knock for Zatu. Number 163, Zatu, the Mystic Pokemon. Height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 33.1 pounds. It has the enigmatic power of foreseeing the future. Some people in different lands have long believed that Zatu are emissaries from another world. I really cannot scroll. I really cannot scroll using a touchpad. It's either click and drag. You cannot scroll. HMA does not let you scroll when you have HMA does not let you scroll while holding onto the thing. You're either zooming in or you're moving a tile. Or you're moving a tile graphic. This should be fine. Oh, well. Oh, right, I only hatched one. Why not? Just because I hatched why not doesn't mean I have Wobbuffet. Number 161, Wobbuffet, the Patient Pokemon. Height 4 feet 3 inches, weight 62.8 pounds. Usually docile, a Wobbuffet strikes back ferociously if its black tail is attacked. It makes its lair in caves where it waits for nightfall. The duo was down there, but but also up here. Number 169, Rhyhorn, the Spikes Pokemon. Height 3 feet 3 inches, weight 253.5 pounds. Once it starts running, it doesn't stop. Its tiny brain makes it so stupid that it can't remember why it started running in the first place. Double check. Check these levels. Okay. Alright. Once we get Doduo and once we have both Doduo and Pinsir, we can use the Repel. Number 92, Doduo, the twin bird Pokemon. Height 4 feet 7 inches, weight 86.4 pounds. Even while eating or sleeping, one of the heads remains always vigilant for any sign of danger. When threatened, it flees at over 60 miles per hour. Beautiful! Number 167, Pinsir, the Stag Beetle Pokemon. Height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 121.3 pounds. Their Pinsirs are strong enough to shatter thick logs. Because they dislike cold, Pinsir burrow and sleep under the ground on chilly nights. Number 93, Dodrio, the triple bird Pokemon. Height 5 feet 11 inches. Weight 187.8 pounds. A peculiar Pokemon species with 3 heads. It vigorously races across grassy plains, even in arid seasons with little rainfall. And of course. God damn it. Number 158, Psyduck, the duck Pokemon. Height 2 feet 7 inches, weight 43.2 pounds. When its headache intensifies, it starts using strange powers. However, it has no recollection of its powers, so it always looks befuddled and bewildered. There we go! Christ! Number 159, Golduck, the Dock Pokemon. Height 5 feet 7 inches, weight 168.9 pounds. Golduck is an adept swimmer. It sometimes joins competitive swimmers in training. It uses psychic powers when its forehead shimmers with light.
Extension of the Molten mechanic. So what's that about? As you probably remember, the only way to deal with Molten when you have to play hide and seek with them on the cameras is to play the audio lure on the camera they reside on. This then throws a bit of a wrench into Lefty's mechanic, since when you place down the audio lure for Molten, you're immediately giving Lefty a way higher chance for movement opportunities. So now, every time you have to do the extended version of Molten's mechanic, you also need to quickly find Lefty on the cameras immediately after and place down the audio lure again. It pretty much just adds an entirely new step to Molten's mechanic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. As for Lefty's design, it's pretty good. It's pretty much just a lankier version of the original with some added frills, but it fits into the world of Banshee very well, and I don't think any drastic changes were needed anyway. I do love the sunken eyes she has now though. That is a pretty sick detail. But yeah, with Lefty out of the way, let's head on over to Night 4 for the final new gameplay mechanic. For now. Remember those out of order doors I mentioned earlier? Well, on Night 4, those doors are finally fixed. I'm surprised anyone even bothered fixing them, considering this whole place is just a death trap anyway, but you know, shout out to the minimum wage Fazbear Inc. employee who bothered fixing them, I guess. Closing the doors requires the player to grab onto them using the left mouse button and dragging the mouse over to actually close them. I'm always a big fan of little bits of interactivity like this over just hitting a button or something, so I think this was a pretty good gameplay choice. With the doors finally working, you can probably guess that the new animatronic added on this night, Baby, utilizes them. And you'd be right. If you guessed otherwise, I don't know, I'd be very worried. The hint given for Baby is, once again, actually quite helpful. I have no idea why these hints get easier to understand as the game goes on. You'd think it'd be the other way around. Regardless, the hint reads, catch Baby when she leaves and use your doors. While a little vague, it becomes very obvious what the hint means by catch Baby when she leaves pretty early into the night. No more yapping, let's get into the mechanic. Baby starts on the same camera as Lefty, but eventually, she works her way around the building until she makes it directly to your office. She doesn't just appear at one of the doors though. No. Instead, she appears in the windows directly in front of you, which was a shock and a half seeing that for the first time. Like, I straight up just expected anything other than that. When Baby reaches the window, she'll stop and look at the player for just a little bit before moving to either the right or the left. Depending on which direction she chooses, you then have to look at the corresponding doorway and pull over the door for just a few seconds. Doing this will successfully scare her off and reset her movement cycle so she can make another attack. Overall, a pretty solid mechanic that puts a nice bow on this gameplay loop. At this point in the game, so many mechanics can be going off at once, but it never feels like it's unfair. I think it's balanced quite well, even if things can feel overwhelming occasionally. That's good though. You don't want things to be too easy or anything. As for Baby's design, yeah, it's fine. It's very much not Scrap Baby and is instead more like a withered baby. Nothing really stands out about it, but the model itself is quite good, and I think it works well in the game itself. It's pretty much just Baby, but a little scarier, and that's totally fine. With that, we are done with Night 4, and almost done with the entire game. There's only one final night remaining, but before we get into that, how about we finally talk about that damn tycoon? I've mentioned the Tycoon quite a few times in this video already, and it's actually a pretty ambitious aspect of Banshee. Remember, Freak Show didn't even bother doing a Tycoon for stylistic reasons, so this is my first ever experience with a different take on Pizza Sim's Tycoon sections. Entering the Tycoon isn't as simple as just clicking on a button though. Clicking on the Tycoon button will actually send you to another terminal section where you can type in a few different commands. We'll get into the other commands later, but for now, let's finally take a look at the Tycoon. Upon booting it up for the first time, you're greeted with this long-ass tutorial video that info dumps everything about the Tycoon for you. It's a little boring, but the helpy sock puppet thing is amusing enough, so I'll let it slide. From here, we can finally mess around in the Tycoon, and there's actually a lot of options here, especially as you level up and unlock more stuff. You can expand the size of the location to be way bigger than it ever was in Pizza Sim. You can change the floor patterns for different parts of the pizzeria, you can place down carpets, and there's also a whole bunch of tables, props, and animatronics to purchase and use in your restaurant. If you're super creative and wanted to mess around with this for a bit, I genuinely think you could get a lot out of this. Personally, I didn't really mess with it that much. I was way more interested in the core office gameplay, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't still quite impressed with all of this. You can even hire different staff members to help you earn more money and manage the restaurant better. I'm assuming having staff probably also reduces the chance of a lawsuit, which just like in Pizza Sim, is very much a possibility. Whether you end up with a lawsuit or not is determined at the end of the night. But I kind of already brought that up earlier. Something I also brought up earlier is that you can level up in this Tycoon. The more things you have placed down, staff you have, and what animatronics you have performing can all boost your EXP and eventually help you level up all the way to level 5. The higher your level, the more you can purchase from the different shops. So it's definitely worth trying to level up. As cool as this Tycoon is, and it's pretty goddamn cool, it's definitely not perfect. For starters, there's no music here, which was definitely one of the most iconic aspects of the Pizza Sim Tycoon. This was actually done on purpose, with the reason being the dev normally plays Tycoon games with the music muted anyway. But I think the option definitely would have been nice. The other big thing here to note is that there are no longer any mini-games directly in the Tycoon, as far as I can tell, which is pretty disappointing. This doesn't mean there are no mini-games in Banshee, and we'll get to that in a bit, but it does make the Tycoon feel a little empty. I do think the sheer amount of creative energy you could hypothetically pour into this does help balance everything out, so at least there's that. When it comes to the visuals of the Tycoon, they absolutely nail the early PC game vibe it's going for. I don't even really have much to say about that. I mean, just look at it. Like, yep, that's what a FNAF-themed DOS PC game might have looked like. Hell, even that long-ass intro movie feels straight out of the era, so even that kind of works. But yeah, that's pretty much the Tycoon. I don't have that much to say about it. Like I said, I really didn't mess around in it that much, but it's still a very cool addition that you definitely cannot ignore when talking about Banshee. That's all for the Tycoon for now, but we aren't done here just yet. Like I mentioned earlier, there are a few minigames here. One's based on the minigames from Pizza Sim, no less. To access them, you need to type in specific commands the game gives you in the terminal used to access the Tycoon. Two of these minigames use very simple graphics, consisting of various simple drawings in the terminal. Those being the Fruit Punch Clown minigame with the kids running around, and the one where Helpy jumps into a ball pit. Both of these are essentially one-to-one recreations of the minigames found in Pizza Sim, and completing each of them gives you a new item for the Tycoon. These are cute little extras, but nothing really more. You spend a few minutes on them and call it a day. The third and final minigame, Midnight Motorist, is a lot more in-depth than the others, being a mini text-based adventure with actual black and white artwork. It gives you a few of the commands to get around, but purposefully keeps some hidden and just throws you in. I have no idea if this has a proper conclusion or not. I did a few things here and talked to both of the NPCs, but I never felt like I actually finished this and couldn't figure out if there was more. It's a pretty neat addition, but I don't really feel like talking about it too much, considering I genuinely have no idea if there's more or not. I appreciate that any of these were included, but being real here, the minigame offerings definitely pale in comparison to Pizza Sim. This really isn't a massive dig at Banshee though, considering that the main gameplay here is still like significantly better than Pizza Sim's, and that's probably more important. Probably. Goofs aside, all this extra stuff is really awesome, and I'm glad any of it was included at all. This game would still be great without any of it, so the fact that it's here is really just the cherry on top. Okay, we've covered the salvage sections, the Tycoon, and nights 1 through 4. At this point, there's really only one thing left to talk about. It's time to talk about Night 5. Like I mentioned earlier, Night 5 is a little different from the other nights in Banshee, different enough that I really couldn't just lump it in with the other ones. There's kind of a lot to go over here, so let's start with the basics. If you were to play this game straight through without looking for any secrets or messing with the Tycoon, the Night 5 you end up with is actually quite strange. Normally, Night 5s in FNAF games are usually these big final tests of the player to see if they've learned all the mechanics of the gameplay loop over the course of the previous 4 nights. However, this Night 5, while probably being a little harder than Night 4 technically, is actually missing a whole ass animatronic. It doesn't take long to notice this either, because the animatronic missing is actually Lefty, who at this point, you're probably used to immediately placing the audio lure on at the start of the night. So her absence immediately makes Night 5 feel off. Completing this strange Night 5 actually gives you an ending, but it's a very unsatisfying one where Henry refuses to let go of his deceased daughter and his past, even apologizing to Michael for wasting his time. Something kind of interesting about this ending is that the ocean imagery returns for the start of this ending, but is slowly phased out and replaced with footage of the new Fazbear location Michael's been working at all week, burning to the ground. Almost like Henry was going to accept his fate and go through with finally embracing his issues head on, but walked out of it at the last second. The way this ending is written, it also implies that Henry meant for Michael to not be in the building while it burned, but he didn't get the memo on time and went in for his last shift anyway. This is pretty much just a weird twist on the already existing ending of Pizza Sim. It feels very anticlimactic though, almost like it's a bad ending or something. Anyway, as I've been implying, there is a better ending you can get in Banshee. One that finally puts an end to everything once and for all, just like the ending of Pizza Sim. How you get said ending is by finding a series of secret areas in the game and following the path laid out for you. It all starts with that red rectangle that appears after night 1, and you kind of just follow the path from there. I don't want to spoil any of this for you because it's actually really cool, and I think it's probably one of the best set of secrets like this I've seen in any FNAF fan game. It doesn't waste your time with puzzles that take 15 million people to figure out, it's fairly straightforward and pretty reasonable for a single person to kind of just casually solve during their playthrough, and I respect it a lot for that. So if you ever play this game, definitely try and complete this secret path. It's totally doable without a guide or anything. I did the entire secret path by myself on my first playthrough, but unfortunately, the final step of the puzzle requires having enough money to buy the safe in the Tycoon, which also requires a max level pizzeria. I did not meet these requirements, but thankfully, you can still do a couple things if you want to experience the real ending. For starters, starting a new save file does not reset your Tycoon, so you can play the game again to grind the remainder of the money and reach the max level. Or, now hear me out, or you can just edit the text save file like I did. That also works too. Hey, I cheated, I'm sorry. I think I definitely could have done it the legit way pretty easily, but I was already in a bit of a time crunch for this video, so forgive the cheating. Anyway, upon purchasing the safe and entering your save file specific code, you are finally given access to the true Night 5. This is done by accessing another text-based cutscene that explains the story of Charlotte Emily, so you can probably guess where this is going. One thing I want to point out real quick about this text cutscene, before we get into the night proper, is that I think this is the first time in the game the ocean is actually implied rather than directly shown. This is because of the new angle we see in this cutscene, revealing that Michael is on some sort of boat. I'm sure there are a couple ways to interpret this, but I interpreted it as basically being a way to show that Michael's journey on this metaphorical ocean is coming to an end. Before this, all we ever saw was the vast empty ocean, which doesn't really imply any sort of goal or destination. After this whole secret side quest though, now we finally get to see the boat, implying that Michael has a destination in mind most likely. There's a specific direction that Michael is going in. I don't think the destination is land or anything though. I think it's more about accepting fate and knowing what to do before doing that. Speaking of knowing what to do before finally accepting fate, let's just jump into the real Night 5 already. As I already made painfully obvious, the true Night 5 is basically a puppet boss fight. Although it's less of a boss fight and more like, here's a new animatronic that has 2 different mechanics and Lefty is also still gone because Lefty is the puppet, duh. Yellow Bear, Afton, Molten, and Baby are all still active and need to be dealt with alongside the puppet. Because of this, the puppet doesn't add that much to the gameplay loop compared to some other final boss type animatronics in FNAF fan games, but I still think it works quite well regardless. So let's get into it. The puppet has both a camera mechanic and an office mechanic, so you have to be looking out for them pretty much at all times. In my experience, I found that she likes to spam her camera mechanic way more than her office mechanic, which makes sense considering that the camera mechanic is definitely more time consuming. Neither of these mechanics are that complex though. Starting in the office, the puppet will occasionally make a small noise that comes from either the left or right hallway. You have to turn to the correct side of the room and quickly shut the door on the puppet, making her retreat into the darkness. The camera mechanic is pretty much just Molten's, but without all the extra stuff. Every so often, the puppet will laugh. This is your signal to check all the cameras in order to find out where the puppet is hiding. Upon finding her, looking at her for a few seconds will make a retreat and you'll be safe. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It sounds simple, but there is a bit of a learning curve to it all, since you know nothing going into the night. The hint is literally just good luck. Lefty was like barely a threat to the overall gameplay loop outside of making dealing with Molten take a little bit longer, so replacing her with her but not a bear and with better mechanics is the perfect way to close out the gameplay. Design-wise, this puppet design is pretty good. I like how frilly it is, similar to Lefty. And the face mask is pretty unsettling. Something about that nose, man, I don't know. I don't trust it. With Night 5 complete, there's only one more thing to talk about. The true ending. After the events of Night 5, the office goes completely dark, with everyone still in the building. Michael knows what he has to do. He pulls out a lighter and lights it. Like how the moon was the only light source at the very beginning of the game, over the rough ocean waves, this lighter is all he has in the darkness of the office. After Michael flicks the lighter a few times, Yellow Bear, his brother, appears in front of him, finally opening his eyes for the first time in the game, looking directly at Michael. Eventually, Yellow Bear goes away, but after his departure, yellow text quickly appears on screen. Suffocating darkness surrounds. You're alone. This is what you wanted. This is what had to be done. Then why does it still hurt? The background music slowly fades out. For a moment, it's quiet. This moment of silence isn't long, however, as almost as soon as it started, it's interrupted by a very familiar sight and sound. Running water, clashing waves, the ocean. It's not really there, but at this point, it's hard to tell what's reality and what's not. All this is to say, there's no more running from it. The barrier between life and death. The final destination on the boat. Michael can't escape the ocean any longer. He has to do it. One final time. With the lighter still blazing, he closes his eyes. It takes a bit, but eventually, the sounds of the ocean fade away. For real this time. Silence. Michael doesn't try to open his eyes. He accepts fate. He accepts his freedom. It's finally over. Now, everyone is free. And that, my friends, is Banshee. There's a custom night mode you can unlock after completing the story, which is pretty cool, but as far as I can tell, there's no extras menu, which is pretty sad. Maybe I missed something, I'm not sure. Regardless, I think I'm gonna end things here anyway. Feels like a nice place to stop. Thank you all so much for watching, we should be back to normal next video, and I'll see you all next time. Bye everyone.
So op number 10 is if you look into the marionette's eye when he attacks you, you will see that there is something peeking out from inside his right socket. It looks like some kind of a, sort of a mysterious purple smudge.
Okay. Let's get... Jigglypuff, come on! Jigglypuff, not now! Jigglypuff, that's enough stalling! Thank you. Number 138, Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokemon. Height 1 foot 8 inches, weight 12.1 pounds. Nothing can avoid falling asleep hearing a Jigglypuff's song. The sound waves of its singing voice match the brainwaves of someone in a deep sleep. Phew. Alright, I'm gonna get all 3 eggs. I'm gonna get all 3 eggs for... I'm gonna get all 3 eggs before I hop off. And I'm also going to correct this mistake. There we go. Alright, I'll get all 3. I'll get the 3 eggs, and then we'll begin, and then we'll start hatching them next time. Hello, I should probably, where is it? Use the daycare, there we go. And I still got one more Kecleon, and I still need to get one more Kecleon. Okay, I'm at 33 out of 69. Holy. I was looking for. I was trying to find my rare candies. That's what. Yeah, we're at 9. Still need to get 5 more. Still got a couple more health restoring items to get. Yeah, I think I'm pretty. Yeah, I think I have everything done. Alright, so, continue this in 5 weeks' time. The schedule for the upcoming week. Tuesday is P&D. Tuesday is Retro Achievements for Echoes of Yesterday. Wednesday is Retro Achievements for Super Mario Mod. Friday is going to be Retro Achievements for Sonic and the Secret Rings. Wow. Basically a whole week of Retro Achievements. Neat. And then we're gonna go back to Sinnoh. Why is the Unova Challenge on the same day? Well, that's not right. That's not right. Anyways, I'm gonna sign off now. Toodles! Actually, how about let me say it to your faces. Toodles! Perfect timing.